Good day, good day. Can you hear me? Can you see me? If you can hear and you can see, then put yes. I can hear, I can see. Put that in the chat room. Let us know if we're broadcasting correctly. I want everybody to chime on in as we get ready to elevate. Are you ready? For some reason, the music is not playing today. So we're going to go without the music. There's something happening in the mixer, which we don't have time to figure out right now. So we're going to roll and just let this happen. Wait, I do hear music somewhere. Hold on. I don't know if you guys hear music. Do you hear music? This is weird. Oh, wait a minute. We do have music. Here it comes. Here it comes. That was strange. Everything today is strange. Be creative. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Let's listen to a little bit of I Allow. I allow myself time and space. I allow. I allow myself to feel. To express myself. And to use the talents that I possess. of the things that are not love. I allow myself to be a creative, live in the moment. Yes, 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 we're here live. Welcome. It's elevation time. Center yourself and breathe in through your nose. Count to 4. Breathe out through your mouth like you're whistling. A count of 8. In through your nose, inhaling, count to 4. Exhale out through your mouth like you're whistling. Count to 8. And allow the energy of life to flow through you. Welcome. Let's breathe. I allow. I allow. I allow myself to be authentic, transparent, open, caring, and loving. I allow myself to let go, to be free, and to plant new seeds and live the best life right now. I allow the God power within me to express itself through art, through creativity. I allow myself to plant new seeds in the garden of life. I let go. I allow. I am grateful. I am honored to allow to be here now. Yes. 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 I allow. I allow. 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 I allow. Allow. I allow. I allow. When we allow, we let the energy of the universe flow through us. That energy is the energy that is in the universe in the field that we all have available to us. Allow yourself to be yourself. Give yourself permission to be your best self at this moment. Allow yourself to let go of all the things that could be holding you back down and causing resistance and stress. Allow yourself just to be. Allow yourself to breathe. Allow yourself to say no and to stand up or to lay down, to have the experience of now. We must allow. 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 Welcome, welcome, welcome. We're glad that you all could make it, because we're making it. We're creating it. We are creative. We are attractive. All of us. We must be grateful for being able to allow, being able to breathe in the life that's coming through us now. To have this new day, to have this new experience, to be in this new flow. As we let go of all the things that happened before, we become renewed, rejuvenated, recycled, recreated, all based on our mindset. We are creating our world. It's not predetermined for us. It is up to us. My glasses keep getting crooked. There we go. Allow the glasses to be crooked, because they're, see how little things can mess with your head sometimes. See how ideas can play with you. But when we get focused and clear about now, about this moment, not about yesteryear and tomorrow, I must ask a few questions. Is it okay that we focus on now together? Would that be okay? If it's okay, put yes in the chat. Or put yes in your mind. Put yes on your heart. Is it okay if we talk about some things that you may have never heard about or never considered that may agitate you a bit? Is that okay? Is it okay if we maybe make it a little fun or a little high-spirited? Is it okay if we talk about this in a different way? Would it be okay if you let go of your biases and your judgments about who is speaking, who is talking, what you've been seeing, what you've been feeling? Let go of those biases, those judgments about the world, because today we have to start new. This is a brand new day. When we rested last night, for those of us who actually did, we actually went into another world. We left this life and went into another dimension, the dream time dimension. And that dream time is the real time, based on what a lot of the indigenous people knew, that dream time is real. And this may just be the dream. How many of you have felt that this may just be the dream? And that other world, when we're out of body flying, Some of us astral travel to other planes of existence that do exist outside of the physical body, outside of gravity, outside of the laws, outside of what you've been told by your teachers and guides. This is the time to follow your heart, follow your gut. Maybe not your cranial brain so much, because your cranial brain is based on intelligence. And intelligence is information that you received before, either from books or from teachings. They're references. And references are okay, but they may not be factual or usable right now in the to-nowness. Right now, we're all having an experience together. We're here together as one. We are a liquid crystal, an energetic crystal, crystallized as one together, having an experience together in oneness, in tandem. Is that okay? Is it okay if you hear a different opinion or a different belief system pops up in your head? You see, or a different idea about life, a different walk that people may have. Is that supposed to what? Change you? Or have you judge it? Or suddenly you're going to say what's right and what's wrong based on your point of view? Is that okay? If that works for you, then you keep doing it. Keep doing whatever you are doing that works. But give yourself permission today to be open, to experience something new in the to-nowness. Because to now has never happened before. This moment, this talk, this energy, this field, this experience is brand new. So we have to be careful not to drag the things, especially if they're disagreeable from the past, into this newness. That's the challenge, because a lot of times our emotions are caught on what was and how we think that that's going to happen again, especially if it's disagreeable. At least go snatch some agreeable things from your past and pull them up, put them in your timeline, put them in your space, in your central processing unit of your body, of your mind. We are travelers having this physical experience in these earth suits. These earth suits cannot contain all of us, everything about you, everything about we. These earth suits are only picking up a small fraction of the spectrum of life and energy and vibration. This is not everything. This is just the bus stop for us. We're on a journey. We're traveling. We've been traveling in forever. We're not from any one place. We're from everywhere and every now, in all dimensions, all times. All things are happening right now at this particular space. There is no void. There is nothing in the nothing. There is something in the everything. Space is the final frontier. It's a challenge to describe this because it's ineffable. Ineffable. Ineffable means it can't be explained, especially in your language or any language. It's ineffable. It's a feeling, it's an experience. It's a referent that we're having. A referent is different than a reference. A reference you may not have experienced, but you were giving these references about life, about things, and those references may not be correct. They may be off. And if they're off just a bit, then everything is off. So now we got to move into a referent, which is an actual experience that we're having. Labels are what we call things. That's not necessarily what they are. That's just how we communicate to call out something, to name something. It's not what it is. It's just the way that in our limited way of seeing, hearing, and feeling an expression that we can give that to someone else so we can have a connected conversation about a thing. That's called a label. Is that what it is? That's only a small part of what it is. Your name, where you work, what you do, your title is only a small part of who you really are. Where you think you're from, the state you think you're from, where you think we began as beings on the planet. Where'd you get that information? Where does it come from? Who gave it to you? How do you know for sure? The only way you know for sure is to feel it. Feeling trumps everything. Feel it. But some of our feelings are based on intelligence. We feel a certain thing because we have repeatedly thought this and felt this and been told this over and over and over in our lives. So we remember it as being real, but actually it may not be an actual fact. It's just your own reality. That's your reality. Is your real reality actually yours, or was it given to you? Is it just a reference and labels? Or is it time to start having an actual referent? An actual experience that you know for sure, that you feel, that you've been there, you were there, you know. That's being present and being aware. Conscious awareness. In the moment, navigating this space that you are in, becoming the captain or the CEO of your life. Not worried about what other people think, what other people have said. Being within you, for you, with you now. Being a bit selfish just today, just for you, by yourself. Is that okay? Where did you get this thing about being selfish was a disagreeable thing? That came from your neighborhood church. Because they wanted you to be into something else, which was basically all about commerce and control. So being selfish or self-caring, we should be into chronic servitude syndrome forever and just be serving everybody else and putting ourselves last. Today, put yourself first. Just you. Don't worry about how other people are going to hear it and what they're going to think when you change and when you shift your life. That is none of your business. Your business is being in the business of being you and doing everything you can to be at your fullest. Are you ready for that? Yes, you may not be able to explain some of the things you're feeling right now. Don't even try, because they're ineffable. Like a true mystery. Something that is a mystery cannot be explained. A true mystery cannot be explained. But we keep trying to explain it away because we want other people to understand it. We want people to hear us. That's the ego. I need the people to know that I'm intelligent and that what I'm doing and what my title is and where I live and how I'm living and what I'm doing, and tell them my whole story. And, people meet each other a lot of times and they have to tell, a lot of folks have these trauma bonds, and these trauma bonds are stuck in their cells and in their organs. And when they meet other people, if the other people have the same or equal or types of trauma, we become trauma bonded with those people because we have the same type stories. A lot of times, if a person has a traumatic story and you meet them and you start telling another story to help move them out of the place or take them where you are in your world, and your world may be beautiful, sometimes that bond doesn't take because the person who is in hell likes to stay in hell or is stuck in hell or is, hypnotized into believing that hell is what it is. You may have come from a family of fighters. It's always about fighting and winning and competing. So you may feel like, hey, this is my family. This is my tree. This is my life. This is what we do. We fight. We throw rotten fruit. We talk shit about each other. We complain. We look for drama. And if there's no drama, we'll go create drama because we're used to drama, because we have a trauma bond with drama, because the family we came through was what? They were oppressed to the point where they became the oppressors. Sometimes we come from a family that's love, and it was about love and harmony and peaceful living. And then you meet other people who are into something else. Don't change. Stay in your space of peaceful living and bring that to the world. And don't be embarrassed about being loving and caring. Take it to the next level. Be yourself. Give yourself permission to be yourself. Because almost everything that you have learned is flawed. Everything you have learned has flawed fundamentals, faulty fundamentals from the beginning. New information has to be put into a container so that it doesn't go into entropy. If you don't put new information in a container, if you don't learn new things, do new things, the container begins to collapse on itself. Your body is a container. It's a vessel. It's a ship on the ocean of life. And you must be the captain. We're not telling you what to think and how to think. Live the life you live, but stay there. Stay on it. Or when you're ready to shift, shift big time. This is the shift. The shift is happening on the planet. It's happening in the universe. It's happening with the trees and birds. Can you feel it? Some of us can feel it. It's just ineffable. We can't explain it. So don't try to explain it away. Just live it and feel it, because it's mystery right now happening, because this has never happened before. We're in a brand new place in space, in a new place in your mind, your spirit, and in your soul journey. Yes. The music that you heard in the beginning was a track entitled I Allow. It will be on a new project that I'm working on now. It will be the Medicine Music Collective 3. It's a new album. It was actually introduced on the God Power 2 soundtrack. Tact. See, I put T on the end of the soundtrack. So it will be available for everybody. It'll be a little bit of a different version, but it is there. It is tuned to the frequencies of 432, and it helps to create balance and harmony in your body, in your chakras, and in your auric field. The female vocals on there is an artist by the name of Azare. Azare. You can find her on social media. Incredible vocalist. There are incredible people who we're working with now, because we're beginning to collaborate at other levels. Would you like to collaborate today and be in the music of nowness? If you would like more medicine music, if you go to elevationtime.com, elevationtime.com, which is on the screen, you can go to elevationtime.com and look for the medicine music. And there's 4 medicine music projects there. There's Medicine Drum 1. There's Medicine, what's the second one? No, Peaceful Forest Meditation. And then there are 2 projects called Medicine Music Collective 1 and 2. Those are musical odysseys and tapestries that take you through a whole world of change and shift. And folks have been using this for martial arts, for meditation, for yoga, while they're running, while they're loving, while they're making love, while they're surrounding their house with frequencies that actually they contract more of itself, more good vibes, high vibes. And that's what we need, a world full of the best vibration that we can obtain at this time. For those of you out there who are having this experience here with Dr. B and Elevation Time, if this is your first time, put as your first time in the chat that you're here for the first time, and also put where you came from. If you're here and you've been here before, let us know that maybe you've been here before. You're a VIP, you're a veteran, you're an OG. And where did you hear about us? And how long have you been into this particular journey on this elevation time vehicle, this ship? Did you come through the Carl Nelson show, which I've been on since 1994? You know, Carl Nelson actually brought me out into the public. He's the one, along with his brother Jamal Goree, who actually, they actually put me on radio for the first time. And that's when I went public with a lot of the insights that I had been channeling. So I want to thank both of them. Did you find out about us through a YouTube show? Was it with Brother Rich at Black Magic 363? Was it with Forbidden Knowledge with Billy Carson or Elizabeth Carson on one of those shows? Or was it on the many shows that I've been on and participated in since 1994? I'd like to thank all of those who have helped this journey, who have been a part of this collaboration. And I would like to thank all of you for being here and being your best self today. Just put it in your mind that you're being your best self. Tell yourself, no matter what condition you're in, that I am experiencing my best self today. Sometimes we got to psych ourselves up and psych ourselves out. And sometimes we even need to fake it until we make it. Just be there now. So thank you. I see folks are coming in from all over the world. Welcome, welcome, welcome. We're going to have a interesting talk today. I'm not sure how long it's going to go. That's why we said from 11 a.m. Eastern Standard Time until. We don't know if this is going to be a long one, a short one. I decided to stop having deadlines. A deadline. Think about that term, y'all. We need a deadline. Why does the line need to be dead? That's because there truly is no lines. A line is not a real thing. Everything is curved. Life throws you curveballs. Have you noticed that? Why can't we call it a life or a destination? Why do we got to call it a deadline? Why are so many things in our language, lexicon, about death? The die, it. Your diaphragm. Diabolical. A lot of things that we have learned, we have been taught by a people who are all about the idea of death and the idea of there being an end, a beginning and an end. And you have this lifeline. When in nature, there are no lines. Yes, big up to Bobby Price, Dr. Bobby Price. Yes, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you to all of our friends and relatives out there who are all collaborating to create this time that we're in, this space that we're in. Thank you to all the folks who play here at Elevation who have helped us build this thing and create this wave that we're on. What about you? What about you in your life? Where did you get most of your information? If you haven't yet, I would go listen to the interview with Terrence Howard. How many of you have listened to the interview with Terrence Howard? It's a YouTube interview with Joe Rogan. It's very, very deep. If you haven't, I would go listen to it as soon as possible, without judgment. This man is having and has been having an experience. Whether you agree with everything he's saying or not, just the fact that he's coming out and he's offering this information that most have never even thought about and never heard before, that is huge. It's not about whether what he's saying is scientifically right based on your mind. And what is science? Because most of the science that we know has faulty fundamentals because it's based on theories and theorems and ideas and beliefs of a certain people. And some of these people had a religious goal. They had a political goal. They were being paid and funded by certain corporations. That's what research is about. You know, researchers used to go out and just search and research until they find what they're looking for. But a lot of times the researcher is being paid by a certain group of people who says, no matter what you find, only bring back the proof that we need today. So a scientist, sometimes, depending on who he's being funded by, is going to bring back information and put out information that's based on who is funding them and their goals and what they decide to put out to the world. A lot of the things that we have agreed on in science comes from like the 1800s. Nothing has changed. We haven't found anything new. It's based on the same stuff about gravity, what gravity is. They're not really sure. Terrence Howard, according to his research, has figured out what gravity is about. You know, the truth about electromagnetism and the flower of life. I've been into the flower of life for many, many years. It's the logo. As you can see, my logo, or the logo, let's get rid of that word too sometimes. The logo that Dr. B uses, check that out, has the flower of life in the middle of it. Because it creates a certain type of energy just by seeing it, by hearing it. That flower of life, let me see if I can bring it up a little bigger for you. This flower of life is seen in every place in life. It's in our cells. It's in the leaf. It's in the tree. It's the way the baby forms in the womb, the cells, the way they begin to come together. It's branded and like laser or impressed into walls and ancient structures all over the world. It's like a foundational sacred geometry symbol. We have been looking at the circles, and if you take the circles and you go to a 3D model, they become bubbles. The way these bubbles come together makes up what we call the flower of life. What Terrence Howard has done is he began to look at the space in between the bubbles. Which, to be quite honest, I don't know of any scientist who's done this. Do you know anybody who's looked in between the space, which is the final frontier, which is to go where no one goes? People, you know, a lot of times we can't explain space. So people make stuff up about space. There's nothing in space. This is what I was told in school. It's a void. There's nothing up there. Well, why, when they send men up in these spaceships, do they always have to go into quarantine for a certain amount of time when they get back? What are you concerned about if there's nothing up there? They should be totally clean. There can't be anything that could be dangerous. There shouldn't be any creatures or something stuck to their suits or, you know, biology that could cause a problem here on Earth. But you are going to attempt to neutralize or disinfect anything that came from space every time they go in space. They don't even do that when people go under the ocean. When the skin divers come up, do they all of a sudden put them in quarantine? No, they do it in space because there's things living in space. There's life in space. There is no space where there is nothing. This is one thing, one takeaway that we need to get from what Terrence Howard is saying, what he's emoting, what he's emitting. That space being nothing or a void is inaccurate. That's what he calls the faulty fundamentals. If you have an idea from the beginning that is off, and you've been sticking with that, and that's a part of what guides your life, that's a part of the thing that keeps you balanced, or this is what you stand upon, then your whole life, almost everything you believe is off. If you have faulty fundamentals. How many of you are willing to admit that a lot of what you think you know is based on faulty information, faulty from conception? Because when you were in the womb, your mother was thinking and feeling things. She had already made agreements with the world, with her world. Whatever she was experiencing, whatever she was emoting, whatever she was admitting to, whatever she was agreeing to, whatever she was saying, singing, feeling, hearing, knowing, all those things became what? Liquid, because the amniotic fluid is a liquid, and information travels faster through a liquid than it does through air. And it's not just a water, it's like an oil, and oil holds frequencies or information very, very well. So you were bathed in your mother's ideas about the world. And then if your mother and father were intimate while she was, right, pregnant, then he was injecting and writing new information each time he was inside her, writing information about his world into her. And that goes without, even being pregnant. The man is writing something with his writing tool. The pen is writing what? What is his mindset? What is the man thinking? What is the man's thing about? Where is he coming from? Where is he going? What is his goal? Most of what we've been taught has based on survival. Survival of a people who were worried about having to go back and not have what they have attained. So they taught many things that may have been faulty, some not on purpose. Don't think about, oh boy, they messed us up. And then you become a victim again. Now you're a victocrat. Now you just, you want to point to they, them. We're talking about internally in us, what has happened to us that we must work on neutralizing. Each one of us may need to work on ourselves. Somebody just put bamboozled. Well, a lot of this we bamboozled ourselves, because after being bamboozled for a certain time, you begin to bamboozle yourself and emit the words and say the words that create the vibration that says, I'm a victim. Look what they did to me. I'd rather say they challenged us. They tested us. This whole thing it's a maze. It's a maze-ing, huh? It's a maze. You got to get through the maze. But in order to get through the maze, you got to realize you're in the maze so you can be amazing. And you will be challenged. We were challenged by what our mother felt, everything that she had going on, our parents or whoever raised us, they gave us the information that they had. Even though it may have been faulty, it was information that we have a chance to change. This thing is changing right now. It's not what it was. We're in a brand new space, in a brand new place. We've never been here before. The sun is different. The moon is different. It's not the same moon, not the same stars. Your cells are changing. You don't have the same cells. The only thing you might have is the same mindset. If you change your mindset, you change everything. If your mind is set and is cast in stone and you're not changing, then okay, then you live that life. And if you feel that everybody did something to you and your mother and your father didn't do this and they should have did that and the school did this and these people over here controlled you and took over, and you feel that that is going to be your space, then that is your life. Now you've just created a cell. Now you're a prisoner in the cell, but you don't realize that you're the prisoner. You're the warden. You're the jail keeper. You are the judge. You're the prosecutor. You are everything. You're the defendant in that courtroom. And you are judging and being the jury of yourself by thinking that you can't change this particular situation that you've been in that's been faulty from its fundamentals. Terrence Howard. He is, first of all, he'd have to be a special being to be saying what he's saying, and flowing with what he's flowing, and challenging science the way he's challenging science. Him coming out at this particular time is part of the great shift. Cat Williams in the beginning of the year, part of the great shift, letting a whole lot of things come out that had been covered. Come on, that was comedy. He was talking about comedians. And we're laughing at these comedians and laughing with them. But we don't realize that half of the stuff that they got is not even theirs. And what they got and the deals they made and who they shook hands with and the deal they made in Hollywood and Hollyweird, we don't even realize that that stuff is going on. But we will sometimes induct and conduct ourselves in a way to be in alignment and collaborate with stuff that's not based on our best selves. Some of that stuff is not funny. I was talking to my father one day, and he was talking about why all the new comedians have to cuss. Why do they have to curse? I said, because they're under a curse. They've been cursed. And in order to be strong and to be, to have that punch, you want to cuss. And I'm not saying that cussing is bad. I'm saying that if you have to use the disagreeable words and things that aren't even biologically, they don't even make sense after the curse words. You know what I'm saying? They're not even physically, it's weird. But those words, they have an emotional thing with us. It's a tug. So even with a lot of the rapping, a lot of the rappers have to curse and say these basically disagreeable words over and over and over to get their point across. That shows that maybe your intelligence is not to the level, so you only grow to the knees. What do they call that? A Negro. A Negro is not a black person. A Negro is a person who consciously cannot grow past the knees, so they're in the root chakra survival realm. The people who created a lot of the science that we have are the Negroes. They only grow to the knees consciously, and they have an idea about things that they wrote in a big book, and they gave it out to people based on their own survival, based on greed, based on their own emotions, based on what they went through in the womb, what they were taught. So if we start blaming all that and we start saying, see, look what they did to us, you lose power. In order for you to grow past the knees, you got to get up past the root chakra. The root chakra is about your survival. It's about how you got here. That's your ID, your identification that you came through as a child, your family connections. That's that root stuff. And for some of us, that root stuff is deep. And it's ingrained in us. But it may not be factual, or it may not be exactly what you think it is, because what you think is happening is based on your fundamental thought process. If your fundamental thought process is off, then you're off. If I give you a map, remember they used to have the old school map? It was paper, you had to fold it out. I think it was called the Thomas Guide. You fold it out, and if you wanted to go from point A to point B, you would make them, draw the line. My father was a draftsman. He said, if you change an angle, if you give somebody a direction and you change that information 1 degree, just 1 degree, when you keep drawing that line, it becomes a tangent. And guess what? It never reaches its destination. In fact, it becomes 100%. A 1 degree drift becomes 100 degrees after time because we're living on a ball. Now, some people say, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, no, the earth is flat. Okay, that's another one. That's the flat line again. Yeah. And if you believe something strong enough, you're going to come up with all the proof in the world. And if that's what you'd like to believe, that's okay that the earth is flat. My question is to the flat earthers, do you still have a gas bill? Do you still have to go to work? How does it change anything? A lot of stuff that we have is just, fantastic and it's amazing, or what they call phenomenal. So how can we use it? How does it help you? And that's okay. I'm not telling you don't believe in what you believe in. Just how does it help you? Are you following and being a part of things that actually can help you? Or is your information off just 1 degree and you end up being totally off in your life? So if you're in the womb and you're receiving information in the amniotic fluid from your mother who is a little bit off because your mother's been taught things, she's been taught how to be off, she's been programmed to be off. You know the old term they used to say that person is off their rocker? A lot of our parents were off their rockers. Why? Because the information that they received from their parents and their parents and their parents wasn't based on anything that could help us, because some people were programming other people to be what? On a merry-go-round. I used to really dislike the merry-go-round. First of all, the music was weird. Do, 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 do. What is that? Does that sound like something that's beautiful, something I'd like to be involved with? The merry-go-round. What's this got to do with Mary? Why is it Mary? We need to look at the different Marys. There's like, from what I understand, 7 Marys or many Marys in the Bible. What's this thing about Mary? Or is it about happy? Are they saying a happy go round? A joyful go round? With that music? I'm actually seeing evidence of something that doesn't fit what I'm hearing. If I had music that was mellow and had the vibration of love, okay, Mom, I might not like, I might desire to ride it, but the music was freaky. And these weird laughs, ha, 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 ha. And those horses with the ugly, mean look, and those animals didn't look happy that we were riding on. And we had to get on this thing and be a pole dancer. And there was always a pole in the middle of the animal, which means the animal was speared. Like to put it on the stove or a fire and barbecue it. And we had to hold that pole and ride this thing up and down, and round. I used to cry and scream. I never liked the merry-go-round because I felt like it was a trap. Now, if it was a spiral that was expanding out, that might have been better. If the music was spiraling, if the music was soothing, that might have been better. But a lot of the stuff they call, fun is only fun if you begin to program yourself with that idea that it's fun because somebody else likes it. I have always attempted to be an individual and not get caught up in a loop, going around and round, doing the same thing every day. When I had a job, it was the same thing. Punch in, punch out, do this. It was just like a robot. I said, wow, have people been programmed just to be, servants and just like slaves in the mind? But we got a lot of this from our parents in home. We went to school. And as Terrence Howard says, how is it that 1 times or multiplied by 0 end up 0? I don't care what your calculator says. Who made the calculator? Who's calculating? Somebody's doing calculating and calculus on a lot of people, and you have to be ready to break that spell and use what you have to spring you forward. You may need to burn it down to ash When you take things and burn them in the ash, you can use those ashes to make your vegetables grow. One of the best nutrients for your soil is ash, charcoal ash. So we have to burn it down to ash. That's a part of alchemy. All these things that we went through, we have to take them and use them as fuel to move us forward. Are you ready to do that? Yes. People have been hypnotized into believing, into going along with things that don't make that much sense. But you had to get an A in school, didn't you? You had to get good grades. Grades are lines, they're boxes. If you got an A, you were very intelligent because you had a great memory. You could remember this stuff. Me, I didn't have a great memory. I couldn't remember this stuff. I didn't desire to remember it. So, I'll take the C. I'll take the D. I'll take the F. I even got the F in algebra and was so happy that basically I didn't have to go back. I failed it. So F meant failure to them. F meant being free. So I didn't have to go back to algebra and figure out the unknown number. Why am I so concerned about the unknown number? I need to deal with what I'm seeing right now, what I know about. So many classes I didn't do very well because I was looking out the window at what? The bumblebees. Seemed like every time I went to a new classroom, there was always these bees buzzing in a hive in the corner of the window. Bzzz. The frequency of the bees. You know, the frequency of the bees is 528 hertz. I'm going to play you the 528 frequency right now. And what we're going to do is use this 528 frequency to open us up to new ideas, new destinations, new goals. So the 528 is used even in laboratories to repair DNA, to help repair your heart, your root, your earth. Heart is earth. Earth is heart. Just move one letter around and you'll see it. That's our root. When you hear the 528 tone, just imagine you being on a new journey and having new destinations and being open to what you're hearing and feeling right now. This frequency will help to break part of the spell that we received in the womb and a part of that faulty fundamental information and begin to implement and put new information into ourselves. If you're not ready to change, if you're not ready to shift, if you want to stay stuck in your world, that's okay. That's your business. It's not any of mine, my business, and I mind my business and business my mind. And maybe you should do the same. There's that word "my" again. Let's get, I'm working on it myself, y'all, saying we. We mind our business and business our minds. That's better than me and mine. We're going to get into that later. So if you're not ready to shift, then maybe close your ears, turn down your speakers, because I'm going to play a whistle that puts out the tone of 528 like the bees. Are you ready? Here we go. And just breathe, close your eyes, and just imagine your body, your cells rearranging themselves, healing themselves, and cleansing the auric field around every cell of your body. Here we go. That's the frequency. 528. It's also the frequency that the bees are emitting that causes them to levitate. It's a frequency. It's a sound. Like hummingbirds. They're levitating. They're defying the laws of what they call gravity. They're flying in the field based on the flower of life. That's science there. Can't be explained by the scientist because they say that a bumblebee technically is too big, its body's too heavy for its little teeny wings to support it and fly. After listening to that tone, everything has changed. Don't you feel it? How many of you feel it? How many of you felt a shift by listening to that tone? If you felt it, respond in the chat room. We're clearing out the cobwebs. The cobwebs in our minds. We're dancing our way out of our constrictions and restrictions. We're all doing it together now. As we collaborate. You see, we're going to go here for a minute and then we're going to come out of this and go to another place. Is that okay? We're going to go to the past. So in the past, we have been miseducated. Some of it consciously, some of it not consciously. Some was just done because this is the only thing people knew to do. Some of it was conscious and, created by a group of people who live in fear and who are all worried about, not having full control of the people. That's a fear. They live in fear. They're inferior. And if you've got an inferiority complex, you would like to control everybody so that they don't peep your game. If they don't, they don't see what you do and how you live, and they would like everybody to work for them. They're parasites. They drain the power from people, and you become the host, and you begin to host this parasite and feed the parasite because your life force, right, is your energy. That's your blood. That's your energetic blood. So there were beings, right, and there are beings that will suck you dry. These faulty fundamentals about space, about time, about what is and what is not, about, language, mathematics, color, sound, frequency, race. All of these things must be transmuted and changed. What Terrence Howard and Billy Carson and Robert Edward Grant and several others, these are people who I don't actually personally know Terrence Howard. Isn't that deep? I feel like I know him. Don't y'all feel like you know this brother? Like that's your brother. If you say that's your brother, you begin to pull in the information and the waves of what he's saying. Once you get out of judgment and start thinking that, well, this guy was, he was a pimp in a movie. So you think he is a pimp in life because a lot of times, our mind gets stuck on a certain character in a movie or a play. And we think that's who they are because they may have played a lot of evil roles. When in fact, You don't really know most people. You don't even know your brother and sister. You think you do. You think you know your parents. I know them. You don't necessarily know all of them, and the all of them that cannot be seen, because a lot of who they are is ineffable. It can't be explained. They have a certain personality when you call, when you talk, when you're around. There's a certain personality that you have a lot of times for certain situations. You go to work in the morning and you're there. Hi, everyone. Good morning. And you speak with this voice a lot of times. Hi, everyone. Hi, everyone. My name is John. Yes, I'm such and such. And I'm the manager of the management department. And I manage to manage the manageable. And I can't manage to unmanage my voice because this voice is manageable and it makes you feel like I'm manageable and I'm okay to be here. And I'm very peaceful and I'm very loving and I'm very caring. Hi, good morning. Then you get home. Whew, man, it was a serious day at work. That shit was crazy. I got to work for these people. I don't even like what I'm really doing. I'm making good money, but do I really love it? And you begin to speak in a different voice when you get home and you're around people. You have a voice. How many of you have a voice for different situations? Which one of them is real? Where is the real fundamental you? So you're dealing with faulty fundamentals even within yourself because you may not be able to be transparent and be yourself, by yourself, for yourself. Dr. B, one thing you'll always find with Dr. B, he's always being himself. I'm like this. People, they meet me and they say, oh my God, I can't believe you're really like that. I am. I'm not acting. I'm wild. I'm off the charts. I don't know what I might do. I don't know what I'm going to totally talk about today. I just have an idea. And it's all coming through me. I'm allowing the vibration and the code to come through at this point. But when you become authentic, you are become the author. To be authentic is to become the author. Now you got to copyright yourself, You got to trademark. You got to mark your trade, You got to be you at the root no matter what. And stop conforming and changing for everybody else. And if you do, that's okay, but you're leaking. A lot of us have become fawns. What is the fawn? Well, see, if you grew up in a situation where, a lot of people, you know what, fight or flight, when you're in fear, your kidneys, right? They help to hold on to the vibration of fear. And if there's a situation that pops up, people either go into fight, where they're going to fight the situation. Flight, they're either going to fight or run away, flight, or they freeze and they don't do anything, like a deer in the headlights. It doesn't run, it doesn't fight, it just stands there. But if you're in a situation where you're in fear, or you're not being respected, or you're not feeling the love and the nurturing in a family or in a situation or in a job or anything, you're not being totally respected for who you are. You may not even be showing up for who you truly are because you're acting and you're getting along with people and you're fudging it. So after a while, what happens is you get into this thing called the psychological fawn syndrome. The fawn syndrome is when you are just trying to make everything okay for everybody because you can't run away from the family. You can't fight them. You can't freeze. You got to get things going. You're growing up in this family. So you begin to fawn and you begin to make everybody happy or try to, make it conducive for everyone and be the life of the party. And when you're the life of the party, you're always there for everyone. Hi, everyone. You're trying to make everything beautiful and make people just look at you as being a great person because I'll cook all the food. I'm going to have a party for everyone. I'm going to pay for everything. I'll take care of it. Oh, I'll make sure I'll get the mud off your shoes. And you get this voice. There's the fawn voice. It's never really real because it's your happy voice. Let me put my happy smile on and let me eat a happy meal and let me just act like I am out here in the world and everything is really great for me. But inside you feel like shit. Inside you're suffering. You want to run. You want to fight. You want to scream, but you can't. So you begin to create this new personality called the fawn. And you become subservient. And you get into chronic servitude syndrome. Chronic servitude syndrome. Chronic servitude syndrome is the syndrome that you're in. It's chronic, which means it's ongoing. And it's chronic because you can't get out of it. It's anything that goes on more than 3 months is chronic. They used to have this weed called chronic, and they used to always want me to smoke it. And I said, man, what is that? It's chronic. I don't want anything that's chronic. Oh man, you're gonna be mad. You're gonna be really high. I don't want to be that high. Some of y'all so high you can't even touch the ground. You never touch the ground. You can't even be not high. You're so high, you're actually low. You're trying to cover up all that depression and all that stuff and all that repression and all that fakeness and all that stuff that you got that was faulty from the beginning. So you begin to smoke, you begin to drink, you begin to do all these things. And another way to get high is to fawn. I'm getting high. I'm acting high. My voice is even higher. A lot of people who fawn are also very sarcastic. They always got some stuff to say that ain't really, it's sarcastic is actually, if you look up the word sarcastic, it has to do with ripping and tearing flesh and eating and drinking blood. Did you know that? Why do you got to be sarcastic and say some stuff all the time that's going to cause a certain effect? But maybe people will laugh at you and they think that you're funny and you're saying these things because you can't tap into your true self because you're so fake. You're so chronically fake that you become plastic. You become polyvinyl chloride and you're stuck in this plastic place. So now you start wearing plastic clothes. That's right. Half of the clothes that you're wearing are made of plastic. It's a lot of people. Some people are made of plastic. You remember that song? Some people are made of wood. So you start hanging out with plastic people and fake people. What are these clothes that you're wearing? What are they made out of? Are they natural fibers? Because if you're wearing unnatural fiber, right, it's in your auric field, it's in your vibrational energy, and that those plastic clothes are emitting a vibration which comes from oil or chemicals like polyester. What the heck is that? Polyester. What is polyester? What is it doing to you? What is it causing your cells to do? But when you're a plastic person, you might wear a lot of plastic clothes because plastic clothes are cheap. Cotton, 100% cotton, it costs a little more. Cotton, organic cotton, oh my gosh, it costs even a little more. Japanese cotton, or what they call Egyptian cotton too, oh, those are high-end cottons. But guess what? They vibrate to the same frequency as the human body, about 100 hertz. Now, some people say, well, it's actually 100. It's a millivoltage. Whatever it is, 100. Just call it 100. Get out of the faulty fundamentals of trying to measure and try to break everything down. I'm saying to see whether it's true or not. If it's true for you, use it. If you're wearing polyester and you like it, good. If you're wearing rayon and some of these mixed fabrics, even if you got cotton that's mixed with polyester and rayon, then guess what? It's pulling you down. It's pulling life force from you. The human body, right, when it's dead, it's right around 10 on the frequency spectrum. A living person is right around 100. If you're wearing clothes that are at a lower vibration, then guess what? Then those clothes are killing you. They're sucking life out of you. Do I have a slide about this? I might. Let me see if I kept it. Hold on. Yeah, let's talk about this. Because this is a part of a faulty fundamental. The benefits. Oh, wait, let me see if I got another one first. Oh, no, we'll go here. The benefits of organic cotton. Natural, has a higher level of spiritual purity, attracts divinity and more life force energy from the environment, improves comfort and ease at which your body functions, a greater ability to retain agreeable vibrations, softer and more breathable on your skin, and is free of chemicals, and is ethically sustainable. Cotton. So that's the first level of wearing clothing that is going to help you break some of these spells. If you'd like to go to the next level, then you go to wool in the winter. They even got some wools now that are for summer. And hemp fiber. These are all high vibrational fibers of about 5,000. So it's giving you 5,000. Your body's at 100, but now you're getting help at being yourself and being fundamentally you and not being fake and not fawning and not going along with a bunch of stuff that's based on some fundamental, faulty fundamentals from the root. So you wear natural fibers. Wool. Anybody else know a natural fiber? Linen, hemp. These give you energy. They help to protect you. They help raise your vibration. You can't talk about raising the vibration and you got some stuff on with an African print that's made out of polyester because it was cheap, because you feel cheap, you feel cheated, you feel broke, you feel poor. Just get one outfit. In fact, some of us need to just get into wearing the same thing all the time. Get a uniform. Black t-shirt, black pants, white t-shirt, white pants. I don't know. Wear that every day. Especially your underwear. What are your underwear made out of? This is wrapped around your genitalia, which is your creativity. Is your creativity being wrapped with something that's fake and false and plastic? You're wearing plastic? So you can't ever get out of the fawn idea. You can't ever get out of being a slave and a servant if you're using fabrics that you're putting on your body that keep you poisoned energetically. Your environment is very important. What is around you is your environment. So it starts with your clothes, the closest thing to you. Maybe we need to be naked most of the time. You know, we at Elevation have these 100% organic cotton I allow hoodies, and they have I allow on them, and they say I allow peace, love, and harmony on the back. Just by wearing this, you're wearing a mantra. If you're wearing a mantra, the fluid in your body, based on the works of Dr. Emoto, your body is like a glass bottle or a bottle, a vase holding fluids. And whatever you put on the bottle, this is in the Dr. Emoto experience, he put disagreeable words on a glass of water and froze it and then took pictures of it. Do I have a book here? Can I show you pictures of this? Yeah, since we're here, we got a little time, right? We got time. We're creating time. Let's see. So, you know, water changes based on the sound. Water that's in its proper or in a agreeable space mimics that's water. Water, by putting certain vibrations in water, you create a six-sided or an equal-sided crystal. Water is crystalline. Water is alive. This is cymatics. Cymatics is the study of the way our voice and what we say in certain frequencies in music affects water or affects sand. I'm looking for, this is actually, they're even showing you here that zebras, can you see that? Zebras, based on the frequency they put out, make stripes. All animals put out a certain frequency. They don't change. That's what keeps them being the animal that they are. Changing our frequency changes the water in our body, changes our shape, changes who we are. This is not the book. Just give me 1 second. Y'all hold on. Be patient, please. Okay, the book right now is it's eluding me, and this is a big bookshelf, and I'd be here for a while. So Just realize that your body is made of water mostly. So what you say, what you listen to, what you hear is all changing the structure of the waters in your body. The shape of water has a lot to do with who you are. So pleasing words or encouraging words or moving away from some of the disagreeable emotions changes the crystallization of the water, and the water attracts what you desire because we live in a fluidic universe. So if you have a glass of water and you write on it, love, 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 that water begins to crystallize. Or if you say to it or think to it, love, 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 that water crystallizes and arranges itself into beautiful crystals. If you say anger, hate, fear, any of that disagreeable stuff, the water crystallizes into a very ugly shape. I wish I could show it to you, man. Some of y'all have seen it. It's amazing how ugly the water is. And there's even one picture that he has in the book that says where a person is thinking or saying, I hate you. And the water arranges itself into the symbol of a person with a gun or with a spear. Dr. Emoto, please look that up. Water is a living crystal. It is responding to its environment. You could be drinking the best water in the world. You could have your Mountain Valley water like I have in glass, and until you put your hand on it, your right hand, and say something agreeable, that water is just in a state of waiting for you to what? Give it the symbol or the energy that it needs. So you think love, harmony, peace, or whatever it is. That statement begins to shape the water. So you got to shape your water. What's the shape of water? The water, the shape you give it. So if you're wearing clothing that has other people's symbols on it, other people's logos, and you don't know what they mean and where they're really coming from and what they're really about, some of your stars got clothes and you wearing their symbols. Those symbols are causing a vibration that has somebody else's goals built into them. People say, well, Dr. B, how come you never wear, somebody asked me the other day, well, you never wear like clothes with other people's logos? Why would I do that? A logo means language. Why would I wear something with somebody else's language when I'm working on creating the language that I'm working on creating and moving towards the best things in life? We are all alchemists, and we get to change and create and recreate, discreate. Is that a word? Destroy, break things down and build. This is 2024, which is an 8 vibration, which means that we're in a state, what they call the theta state, where we're in between two places and we're building and destroying at the same time. The key is to be aware of what you're building and what you're destroying. Some things you got to destroy to build something new. You have to tear down that old house. Tear down that old house. It may not have been yours either. You see, tearing down that house has to do with your life, has to do with who you were, and being able to tear that house down, that world that you were living in. And even when you get to the foundation, changing the foundation, rebuilding the foundation of the house. There is a technique that we do in subconscious alignment. Subconscious alignment, if you don't know, is something that I have been trained to do, or I learned to do. I went to classes. It's one of the actual quote unquote degrees that I have is in this subconscious alignment. Actually, that's not actually factual. Actually, I took a course called psychological kinesiology. And from that, I created something called subconscious alignment, because the way the class was taught, it only worked on a certain people. It didn't work on people of different colors and different races. It only worked on one group, the lighter groups. The darker groups, this particular technique didn't work on. So I began to go study melanin at another level and look at chlorophyll and look at the cells of our body and the differences between iron, and magnesium. And the plants are based, their root is magnesium and our root is iron, you see. And I had to look at the physiology of people who were darker versus people who were lighter. And so we had to get into melanin, and took us to the pineal and the things that make us different, but the same at certain levels, because everything is connected to its opposite. So it's not better, it's not worse. And I realized that in order for the techniques that I was learning in class to work on certain groups of people, I had to change the frequency of it. I had to change it because it had its fundamentals was based on helping a group of people. A lot of things that we learn are learned from a certain culture of people, and that was to help those people. Some of the foods that we eat was for a certain group of people. Some of the words and some of the techniques and things that we think that we can use here was made for a certain group of people at a certain time at a certain place. So we want to use it too. We want to learn that same stuff, but a lot of times it's not for you. Some foods are not for us, but we want to eat them. We want to be involved, like sushi. Did you know 60,000 people, they say, die or get very sick from sushi, eating raw fish? But they say none of them are Asian, Japanese, or Korean, or even some of the Chinese. They don't. How come they don't get sick? Because they got a certain enzyme and a certain way they prepare the sushi that you don't know about, but you want to go have sushi and eat this stuff raw. And it's really interesting that the raw stuff costs more than the stuff that's cooked, and they had to go through a whole process. If they just cut the fish or cut the snail open and give them to you, that's going to you're going to check that, man. You go to a good sushi restaurant, you better have at least $100 to even get just to begin to eat. Some of y'all know what I'm talking about. I'm not saying don't eat sushi. I'm saying you need to get a cleanse. You need to cleanse your body every time you go eat that stuff because of the bacteria, because of the parasites that are in it. That was for those people. They have a certain enzyme. Caucasian people have a certain enzyme, and all Caucasians ain't white, but white Caucasians, yeah, you heard the way I said it. White Caucasians have an enzyme. They have an enzyme called lactase that can break down dairy, that can break down milk. Most people who have more melanin, they don't have lactase after the age of 5 because you were only supposed to drink mama's milk because that was the only milk that you were supposed to be drinking up until the age of 5. At 5, you got off the nipple, right? And you were supposed to, eat other foods. But some of us stayed on the nipple. Some of us on the nipple of the devil. Some of us on the nipple of this program and this whole thing that we're in this matrix. And you stay on the nipple and you keep drinking this stuff and you keep thinking that your consciousness is everything when it's not. There's things in between consciousness that we got to look at. The unknown, and the ineffable. Yeah, I've been went off on a tangent now. Whew. So polyester clothes and these cheap fabrics were made to sell you some stuff that only a certain group of people are going to wear that keeps them dumbed down. Your clothes and what you wear and the symbols that are on them have a lot to do with who you are. The logos that's on them, the language that's on them. There's some stars right now that are in trouble that got clothes and brands. Are you still wearing their stuff? I spent $700 for this. Why would you spend $700 for that? Go get you a 100% cotton thing and it might only cost you $50. That's because at the root, at your underwear, what you're wearing up under you, what you're based on, what your foundation is, a lot of times it's false. And you got to tear that thing down, that foundation. Strip off those underwear, what you wear under your personality. And if under your true personality, right, is really you, that's where you got to go. Because the personality that you may have right now is fawning sometimes or faking it. Start with your clothing and your food. And it ain't just about being a vegan either. Oh boy, don't get caught up in that. Be careful. I drink something. Been drinking something for the last 2 weeks. It's okra. You take okra, cut the ends off, and split it in half, and you maybe take 6 or 7 okra, as many as you like, or even 3, and put them in water, in a jar with water, with a little lemon, and put it in the refrigerator. And it gets real thick, and drink that. That begins to get rid of something called lectins in your gut. The lectins in your gut come from certain plants, certain seeds that we're ingesting, that the plant itself was attempting to protect itself from being eaten or you eating its babies, or its offspring, right? So it created this poison called lectins that is attempting to disrupt your digestion. And you have these, these little fingers in your gut that actually each one of them is, how can I say it? They're like little antennas that are searching for certain flavors and certain things. And there's friendly bacteria and all these things in your gut that are looking for certain things to break it down. Of course, the way we eat, a lot of times the body gets confused because we're eating too many different things that the body doesn't know what to digest, so it doesn't do anything. But these receptors in your gut are receiving certain information about food. So these lectins, these poisons from certain plants, they stick to the top of the receptor. And if it's a receptor for estrogen, the body thinks that it has estrogen or it has too much estrogen, and we go into estrogen dominance. Because the body's got to use estrogen. It just it's not supposed to just float through your bloodstream. It's got to be used by the body. So if you've got these lectins, then the estrogen is floating freely through your body, or the testosterone, and it's not really reaching the body, being used. So it's being deflected. Things like plastic. We're talking about plastic clothes, plastic things that you store food in. The average plastic, not all plastics, but if you have the average plastic that you're drinking water in, that plastic is being absorbed into the water, which means that the water is now plastic. It's being outgassed. That bottle, the reason why it's soft is because it's outgassing into the water. So now you have these chemicals that are based on petrochemicals that are in your water, and you're drinking it. I'm not going to get too technical on exactly what they're called and all that. Just know that there's plastic in the water, and you're drinking this. So your body now goes into this mode where it's confused. So a lot of times we're eating foods that are based on estrogen mimicking chemicals. If you have estrogen mimicking chemicals in the body doesn't know what the heck it is. Estrogen doesn't know what to do. The testosterone doesn't know what to do. Half of the hormones get freaked out because the hormones are chemical messengers, but you're giving them the message that you're not living your best life by eating some poison, wearing some poison, talking some poison, and living in poison. So it says, damn, we're reptilian. We're the reptilians. We're looking for the reptilians. A lot of us have become reptilians because you're just reacting. You're just acting out. Somebody asked me, well, what are some foods that have high lectins? Tomato skins and tomato seeds, cucumber skins and cucumber seeds, eggplant skins, eggplant seeds. Cashews is basically a lectin nut. I know you're making cashew cheese and all that. If it's working for you, go. I'm just trying to tell you scientifically, or I should say fundamentally, the information about this stuff is off. Because if you eat a raw cashew right off the plant, I don't think you'll make it to the hospital. But no, if we dry it out, and we dry them and it's not as poison. Well, it's not as poison. Do I want any today? I've got enough in the air and in the water. Do I need a few more from some cashews and peanuts full of aflatoxins? You can't even open a bag of peanuts on an airplane if there's somebody on it who's allergic. And most of us are allergic. We just don't feel the allergy. A lot of us have allergies to ourselves and our own activities. You just don't always feel it because you're used to it. Okay? Lectins. Look up lectins. There's even some vegetables. Did you know that a lot of people on the planet can't digest kale? I'm not saying everybody. Because kale, do your own research, may have a lot of lectins. I know I had to stop eating it. Everybody feels like that's the health food. Well, who told you that? Here's some more faulty fundamentals about what is healthy and what is not. What's good for you, what is not. Even spinach, you got to be careful because when you cook it, it brings up the oxalic acid and the lectins, which causes calcium to collect on a lot of your glands. Now you're wearing some clothes, huh? Think about this. I'm just trying to show you how a situation becomes a swamp because everything becomes polluted from inside, outside. If you're wearing these cheap clothing, that's vibrating at your skin, which is the membrane around your body, right? And it's picking up and it's smelling, and in through the pores, you're inhaling these chemicals again. So you got lectins, you got poison, you got estrogen mimicking chemicals, then you're eating trash. And if you're talking trash and you're living around trash and you're a trashy type person, you're trashy. This is why we need detoxification at the root level. And a lot of us, the reason why we're like we are is because we've been how should I say, haunted. Somebody done put a spell on us, or we allowed ourselves to have a spell on us. And a lot of times it was the oppressor. Gave you a bunch of stuff down in the slave field. You know what I'm saying? Gave you the lesser of everything, and you now accept it and spice it up and make it feel good and look good. Think about that. Yeah, somebody said raw spinach. Raw baby spinach is said not to have as much oxalic acid. And I'm not telling you not to eat anything. Eat what you like. I'm not trying to put down any industry. I'm just saying, if it doesn't work for you, if you find that it's causing you digestion issues or causing you to be a certain way where you're not at your highest vibration, where you're mentally only growing to the knees and you never rise all the way up, no matter what you say, no matter how many books you read, sometimes a lot of people are still just disagreeable. Yes. So we go back. I want to finish out this thing about the t-shirts or the organic cotton hoodies. So it has I allow. And because of I allow, that I allow opens up a vibration to the universe, because a lot of us are not allowing, we're disallowing. We're working, we're hard, we're clenching down. You know, we got all these emotions. So our channels to the universe are not open. The information that comes in through the top of the head flows through the channel, straight down through the core of the body into the earth. And the information from Mama Earth comes up through the core of the body and it reaches back into the cosmos. And in the middle of us, there's a connection. There is a collaboration between as above and so below in our solar plexus. That light, that sun, that solar plexus, which is a bundle of nerves, which is lit up like the sun, it takes these two energies and it glows, so that we can now have the illumination and emit the real love that we would like in life. And have the outcomes and the manifestations that we would like. But a lot of it starts with our clothes. So these hoodies we have at Elevation Time right now, elevationtime.com. They are 100% organic cotton. They last a long time, and the feeling that they bring just by wearing them is amazing. And then we also have the organic cotton t-shirts at Elevation. I allow peace, love, and harmony. That's what you're wearing. That's your code. That is your verse. That's your bar for the day. That is your manifestation. That is what you're moving towards. You see, that is your mantra. You're wearing the mantra. Question is, how many other people's mantras are you wearing? Okay. Okay, let's go back. Let's get off of that. Are we okay? Y'all all right? So we're going to take a break in just a bit. But the point that I'm making here is that Terrence Howard is talking about the faulty fundamentals. Whether you know, believe, or understand what he's saying about his science and what he's changed everything, because it's put out there that everything is off. All you need to know is that everything is off just a little bit. So some things that we tried to make sense of don't make sense. They don't add up totally. The number system is off. The language is off. What we think space is. And like he says, the black hole, they talk about the black hole. Black holes are, oh my God, if you go in there, you can't ever come out. Well, who do you know went in the black hole? What they told you about hell? Who you know who's actually been to this place inside the earth where there's this creature with this fork? You know what I'm saying? Where it's hotter than, it's hotter than the sun, 10 times hotter than the sun, where you're going to suffer forever. Who came up with that? That's somebody's belief. That's somebody's story. And that you're waiting for this person, Jesus, to come and save you, when in fact it was all about you saving yourself. If you take Jesus out and put you in there and say, this is about Mesus, then everything is going to change, because then you begin to do more for yourself, and so you can help other people. That's how you learn how to walk on water. It's a symbol of balance. That's what it means. These are symbols. These are analogies. So if you're just into religion, religion has to do with religios, or it has to do with being in a legion and following a rule that somebody created. So these fundamentals were created by somebody for you, and they had a goal. Just like, you're wearing clothes with symbols on them. There's a goal that the people who made them had. They want you to go advertise, pay for an advertisement, pay to advertise their clothes. Whoa, that's deep. At least buy clothing that has a mantra on it, or put mantras on them. So that's your mantra. Use it. Just like with the I Allow t-shirt and the hoodie. If that mantra works for you, great. I'm not telling you just to go buy it. I'm saying if you're going to advertise something, let's advertise something that moves us towards our goals, that builds us, that raises our vibration up to another level. This information that Terrence Howard just dropped changes everything, because everything is in doubt right now. If everything is based on the flower of life, we need to know this. The flower. How it moves, everything moves in spirals, it moves in waves. Everything is about waves. It's about spiraling energy. We're creating a new community, a spiral community. How would y'all like to be part of the new spiral community? It just popped into my head yesterday when I was, talking to Brother Rich. And I said, wait a minute. He was saying, you always say, Doctor, spiritual. I said, let's just say spiral. Let's create a new spiral community that's spiraling. We're growing and changing. We don't stay the same. We may have been in fawn for a certain time to live our life, but we break free from that. And it's going to be challenged to break free from the course that you've been on. It's going to be a challenge to break free from the mathematics, the way that you talk, the way you speak, the way you move. It's going to be a challenge. So you take a little bit at a time. Are you ready to do that? Because since you've been born, you've been on somebody else's map, somebody else's clock. You've been using somebody else's compass. And they're going to tell you what the directions are. What is north? What is south? What is east? What is west? Is that exact? Is the North Pole still the North Pole? Because the North Pole is constantly moving. If it's growing and expanding and changing, why should you stay the same? All these things have their use, but I'm saying you got to be able to bend and get outside the box and see outside the prison to become free. They say math doesn't lie. I think that the people that created the math that we use may have been off, or they may have fudged the numbers a bit. So math could lie, because math, if you look at the etymology of it, it may just be a story. Now, numbers don't lie, but math, sometimes it don't add up, and you're trying to make it add up. A lot of this was created by people and beings that had an agenda. Question is what is your agenda? What is your goal? What are you moving towards? And how much unseen energy is trapping you and holding you? Non-physical entities and ideas. See, parasites come in many ways. There are emotional parasites, an emotion that you can't get rid of. It just keeps eating you alive. That's what a parasite does. It uses you as a host and sucks your life force. There's mental parasites, ideas and things and experiences that keep living in your life like a ghost, eating you alive, haunting you every day, because something in you is not able to break the spell of the terrible things that may have happened to you that were challenging you, but they didn't tell you when you was a child that the challenges were going to make you stronger, and that this was an obstacle course. And if you stay on this obstacle course and get through this maze, you're going to be great, because the greatest people on the earth have been through hell. Terrence Howard talks about the things that he's been through in his life. Whether you believe him or not, can you relate to some of what he's saying? Instead of trying to disprove people, let's take the piece that they're saying that actually moves you and use that. Take the pieces of what he's saying and use that. What Billy Carson is saying, what he is saying, take the pieces that you can use and use that for your life. Where we come from, this whole idea of who made us, and maybe really don't have a beginning, but parts of us have attained, right, a place and a space that we think we're from. We all think we're from Africa, and who told you that? What was Africa? What is Africa? Whose brand is on Africa? Who named it Africa? Who named it America? Who named it Europe? What names did they have? What did the people with the original tongues call it? If this place that we're at right now in North America was Turtle Island, all of a sudden it's called America. Who was the dude? America's Vespucci or something, whatever his name is. Like he named it, and now that's what it's called. That's what it is. Are you ready to change the definitions of things to work to fit better for you so that there's more of a flow, so that you can get in the flow state and you get out of the agitation that you've been in of attempting to fight the system? You can't fight the system. You've got to reorganize, recirculate, edit. The people who were in survival, who basically kind of controlled a big part of the world, not everybody, but they controlled a lot of the mindset of people on the planet. They created something called forced compliance. That was the key to supremacy, to force people to comply. But guess what? The gig is up. It's over. You get to break free from that. As long as you don't keep talking about how bad it was and what they did to you, because now you emanate that and you begin to imprint and program the water in your body to be in a state of ugliness. You got to move past that. So we got to start dealing with the unseen, the ineffable, the space in between places, because that's where it's all at. There's so much energy between two places. And you know, Terrence Howard talks a lot about that in the interview. It's the space that people didn't look at, because they kept saying that zero is nothing. When there is no zero, there is no nothing. There's always something. And that there is no actual space where there's nothing. So it's the unseen world. It's the non-physical things that have a lot to do with us that we can also use to work for us and with us once we begin to respect. But we got to detoxify. And detoxification is extremely important for us to grow. So what we're going to do now is we're going to take a break. Let's take about 5 minutes and for you to get some air, maybe go touch the naked ground or to put your naked feet on the ground or grab a tree, breathe, maybe use the restroom. We'll be right back with you. I'm going to play some music. Let me see what we're going to play. We're going to play a track called AEIOU. AEIOU. If you were to say AEIOU, AEIOU, it begins to clear your core. It begins to reset some of your chakras. Just AEIOU, just those sound vibrations set up a frequency within you. So this is a song that we created called AEIOU. And just say the AEIOU. And while you take a break, breathe, relax. It's okay. Is this good or is this good? Is this helping you? Then good. We're going to keep going. Let's take a break. Yes, 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 yes. We're coming back, coming back. We're becoming black, going into the unknown, the dark place that we all come from. The root of all things is the darkness. We come from the darkness. The darkness is where everything is at. It is that darkness. It is that womb, that place where all things are created in the dark, in the unseen, the triple black, the place where our eyes cannot pick up anything, but our souls and our spirit comes online in the darkness. A-E-I-O-U. In the darkness. In the root, in the shadow world, in between the space in between spaces where all things actually emanate from, where they're created from. In the darkness, the primordial darkness where all things are created. In the cave, in the place where there is no seeable light based on your eye vibration. So we move into the dark and we stop being afraid of the arc. The arc, the way energy moves in waves, it's arcing. Our life must be based on waving and waving back and being thankful and grateful for everything we got, everything we have. That song is A-E-I-O-U. And that song, I had help on that song also, thanks to Noel J., who is the person who has this business called Organic Organizers, who I would check out if I was you. She's into organizing life in many different ways. She's one of those people, like, you have the horse whisperer. She's like the people whisperer. And she looks at what you are, where you are, and where you'd like to go. And she begins to, put this energy out that organizes your space. So she can help organize your space. She has a couple of booklets that are pretty good now on her website at organicorganizers.com that talk about gluten and how to live a gluten-free life. And there's some books that that have to do with food and what to go buy out there, because a lot of the people who are getting into this new lifestyle, they're shopping around for brands, and some of these brands that they say are healthy don't necessarily taste good. But she's put together some really good information. I would go there and support. And a lot of you you may need to go get a consultation, because as you go through a shift in life, sometimes we need help with choosing the right thing. So I'd just like to put out a special shout out to, Noelle J at organicorganizers.com. Tell her that Dr. B sent you. And once again, on the other song, I Allow, I'd like to send out a shout out to Azare, for helping us sing that song. And also to Samira, who helps me create a lot of this music now. She's amazing. And you'll be hearing more from us in a minute. And all these songs will be on a new project. And there is actually a new, people have been asking me about the Sonic Immersion 1 that's on YouTube right now. Dr. B's Sonic Immersion 1. I am just about done with Sonic Immersion 2. That one. Whew, whoa. And there's also going to be a Sonic Immersion 3. So please go to our YouTube channel, Dr. B Sirius. Join the channel, support us, give us your likes and your dislikes, or your whatever, your followings and whatever they do out there. I don't know how it all works, because I'm kind of from a different space, but we thank you for being a part and for, joining us and becoming a leader. We're not looking for followers. As Billy Carson says, we're looking for and creating leaders. Would you like to be a leader? Are you ready to be a leader instead of just a follower? We've been following all this time, but we've been following people that have faulty information. It's been off. Maybe not on purpose. Stop blaming and getting so mad. But we have the choice. When we choose to get on course, we have to choose that. We have to choose our new lives. But if you stay stuck in blame and guilt and anger, then after a while you become that. That becomes your sphere. That becomes your space. You got to choose. And when you start choosing a new life, you got to repeat it, because it may not work right away. You got to keep moving every single day. Also, I have an announcement. I am going to be on the road for a minute from the first part, from the 6th to the 11th. I'm going to be out of town on the road with a good friend of mine, Keb Mo, Kebmo. Have y'all heard the artist named Keb Mo? Keb Mo, Kebmo. Go check him out. He is one of my close associates. I met him 40 years ago. He was the first musician I met when I moved to Los Angeles. He's an amazing guitar player and producer. He plays most of the guitar on most of the tracks that I do today. But he's also a award-winning, Grammy award-winning blues artist. Well, they call it blues, but it's really not what it is. That's just what they named it. But he does this blues, this bluegrass, this country music, this earth music is off the chain. His name is Kebmo. And he called me the other day, or not long ago, and he says, he called me actually a year ago and said, hey, man, I want you to go on the road with me sometime and just play percussion. Just be Dr. B, the old Dr. B that we used to know. I said, well, I still do that. I'm still him too. I'm many things. I'm not one thing. So it looks like we're on the, let me look at the calendar here. On June the 7th. Is this how this works? Yeah, look at the calendar. I'm learning. We'll be in West Hampton Beach, New York. That's Keb Mo. So you look up Keb Mo, you look up his tour dates. West Hampton Beach, New York, on June the 7th. We're doing a concert there. On June the 8th, we're going to be at the Lovett Pavilion in Westport, Connecticut, doing a concert there. And then on June, let me see now, June the 10th, we're going to be at the Count Basie Center in Red Bank, New Jersey. So we're going to be in Red Bank, New Jersey on the 10th. We're going to be in Westport, Connecticut on June the 8th at the Lovett Pavilion. And on June the 7th, we're going to be at West Hampton Beach Performance Center in West Hampton Beach, New York. So I'll be joining my friend Keb Mo on those shows. So if you're in those cities, or if you know people, or if you just like to go to the concert, come and support, because I'm having fun. This is like amazing. This 2024 is off the chain. Everything that I ever desired to do, I'm beginning to do. It's starting to pop up because I'm in this flow, and I'm saying yes to the things that need to be said yes to, but also learning to say no. Learning to say no to the things that don't work for us. Learning to let go of the things that no longer work for us. Okay? So, yeah, some people say they'd like to donate. If you'd like to donate to what we're doing here at Elevation, you can go to elevationtime.com, and there is a donation spot there on the homepage. So those of you, actually, a lot of people have been donating lately. So thank you for donating to what we're here doing at elevationtime.com. Actually, our company is the Elevation Foundation for Abundant Life. That is the total name of our company, the Elevation Foundation for Abundant Life. And we are now 21 years old now. And we've been doing this, helping people help themselves. And that's what we're here to do, to help you, or we help ourselves so we can all rise. So thank you, all of you who have helped us. And for those of you who want to hear some good music, go check out Keb Mo. And there is one song that I play percussion on a lot of his projects, but there's one song that is really great. It's called Sunny and Warm. It's actually a whole meditation. It's about summer and it's about the sun. It's called Sunny and Warm by Keb, K-E-B-M-O. And I'm a featured percussionist on that record. And I'm doing a lot of things right now because of what people are asking for. And they're saying, let's expand together. So me is becoming we, and we're all working together to collaborate so that we can begin to break the spell of the past. And to break that spell, we got to choose. Each one of us has to choose. You got to choose to get help. You got to choose to get off gluten. You know how deep gluten is, what gluten is doing to you? Do you know that gluten is like a parasite? It's a food parasite, gluten. Do you know you get high when you eat gluten? Did you know this? It's what's it called? Gluteomorphin, something. I can't, I'm not saying it maybe correctly, but gluteomorphin is a morphine type substance that you get when you eat food that's high in gluten. It's glue. It's a ton of glue, and it makes everything sticky. You can make paste, and you can make glue out of just flour and water. And not all flours are created equal. I just found out that in America, most people are eating what they call red winter wheat. I think that's the name of it, red winter wheat. If you want to know more about that, go over there to Organic Organizers, because they talk about this, organicorganizers.com. And also, I think you can get them on IG, Organic Organizers. But they've been teaching this thing about the different wheats. And there's a wheat called soft winter wheat, is what most people around the world are eating. It has very little gluten. It's soft and fluffy. And if you bake and you make foods with this, it's amazing. I bought some. You can buy it. And the food, I was like, because I'm trying to stay away from gluten, but when I ate it, I didn't get a gluten hit. It's just like, it wasn't like I hit, I was eating something that was causing that gluteomorphine feeling. I wasn't hooked on it. This may be why in France and Europe and all of these places around the world and the continent of Africa, different countries, they use a different wheat, and they're not hooked on wheat, and they don't gain all the weight. They don't have all the fungus and yeast in their bodies. They're not sick from wheat because they use a different wheat. And one of them to use is what's called soft winter wheat. We're using hard red wheat. I may not be saying it correctly, but most wheat that you're eating in America is eating you. You want to know more information? Go to organicorganizers.com. I think they have it in their booklet. Pick up their booklets. They've got booklets that are very inexpensive that can teach you a lot about, these different foods and food combining. Never mix starch with protein. When you mix starch, so potatoes and meat or animals or even some beans, did you know no digestion happens? And all of a sudden you become a creature. You become haunted because digestion, right, has a lot to do with your thinking. And if you're thinking foods that are antagonized, that are fighting each other, and the enzymes in your gut have no idea what they're digesting, then you begin to become a creature. And you become haunted just based on what you're eating, because you become a monster. Because you're eating things that were never meant to be put together. Food combining is the next level. What are you combining? Are you eating fruit with anything? You never eat fruit with anything else. If you're eating watermelon, only eat watermelon by itself. Now, you could eat other fruits and mix them, but you eat watermelon only by itself. It's a very important nutrient or a fruit. Even eat some of the rind, juice it. Open up your blood vessels. For men, if you're having problems downstairs, women having problems downstairs, you got to open up those blood vessels. Watermelon. Only eat fruit by itself and wait at least a half hour. Don't mix fruit with anything else because it rots, turns into alcohol, and begins to affect your liver. And if it's affecting your liver, then all of a sudden your liver begins to vibrate out anger. You ever wonder why you're angry half the time? It may just be because you're combining some foods that your body is mad and getting you upset and sending a message to your brain. And you're looking up to the outside world saying, I hate this. I'm mad at that. They always messing with me. And them is my enemies. And why folks? All I got to do is look at what you're eating. Change what you're eating and it changes who you are. It changes your personality. It changes the way you flow. Because if you're eating foods that's eating food, then you're going to be angry most of the time. Some people are asking, is rice flour okay? I'd like you to do some research on your own. If it works for you, good. I'm saying that with wheat is the worst. The standard wheat that we eat in America. It's haunting you and it's causing you to be haunted. So creatures and parasites and all these things, they love for you to eat this. In fact, there's parasites that's got you eating and having a lot of the habits that you have mentally, physically, and spiritually. Parasites. We're going to get into that deep in just a little while. Eating you alive, causing you to do things. You know, there's a really good book. Do I have it here? You know, I usually have all my books right here. Well, here we go. This is Your Brain on Parasites. Have y'all read this? There's a new field called psychoparasitology. How tiny creatures manipulate our behavior and shape society. Did you hear this? How tiny creatures manipulate our behavior and shape society. Parasites. So you got people that are parasites living off you. Then you got these little bugs inside you that are living off you. And I'm going to get deep into this other thing where we have beings in inner space or in the space that we call nothing. There's beings and issues and things out there that are causing you to act a certain way. They call them spiritual parasites or non-physical parasites. We're going to get into those in just a little while. So I remember when I was studying and I was introduced many years ago to this school. I think it was called the Metaphysical Institute. And I was going to go to the school to get my doctorate in metaphysics. And I called them and talked to them. And I said, well, what do you guys teach? They said, well, metaphysics. I said, well, what is metaphysics? They said, well, metaphysics is the studying of the unseen and the unknown. I says, oh, wow. So actually metaphysics, right, is something that can't be spoken. It's mystical. It's meta means unknown. Did you know this? Metaphysics is studying something that's not physical. It's ineffable. Ineffable meaning that you can't really perceive it with our small degree of perception. We have a very limited, how should I say, scope of what we can see, hear, and feel and detect. Very small. Our point of view is very small. It's so many frequencies and sounds and colors. Some people who have gone on what you call a mushroom trip know. and taking some of these plant teachers, because you actually hear things and see things, and you're tapping into a wider spectrum of the world than what you can perceive in your regular body, because you've been trained to see a certain way and believe a certain way. You've been trained to like things a certain way. You've been trained to hear a certain way. So there is a very small channel that we're on. So I'm talking to the people about the metaphysics and whether I should take the course, which are somewhere between $10,000 and $20,000. A friend of mine named Suzar. Suzar has a couple books. What is the name of one of her main books? I just had it here. How come I just didn't lay all these books out? It's because I'm not always that organized. You know, I need to call the organic organizers to help me organize my bookshelf. That's a good idea. Wow. Then I could just look and know. But my books are just everywhere. But she has a book, and it's called Drugs Masquerading as Foods. Suzar. Check that book out. And for those of you who'd like to get into the deeper metaphysics, she has another book called Blacked Out Through Whitewash. Blacked Out Through Whitewash by Suzar. Whew. Wow. And we all used to teach together at this place called the Good Life in Los Angeles. I don't know where she is. If she's out there, hey, Suzar, what's going on? But check out her books, Suzar. The one of them is Drugs Masquerading as Foods. And another one is a big book, and it's hard to find, but it's called Blacked Out Through Whitewash. And a lot of what we've learned in the beginning of our lives here has been whitewashed by some white men who had a small perception of the world and who may have become greedy or controlled by religion or controlled by politics or money. And their stuff is what we've been using to base our world on. You learned most of this in school. What you learned in school mostly is not based on actual facts. It's based on beliefs and programs and theories and guesstimates about what the nature of life really is. This is what Terrence Howard is talking about. The implications of what he's saying are so deep. And somebody was saying, oh my God, the stuff he's talking about is BS. And, these people are really upset. The people who are on the old course, they're trying to protect their testicles right now. Because if anything, if 1% of what he's saying is on, then whoa, everything changes. And if you change something 1%, it changes everything. Everything has changed right now. So if you go online and go YouTube, linchpin challenge, I think it's called the linchpin challenge, because he makes these vehicles called linchpins, which are based on the flower of life. When you see them and the way they fly and move, he's actually made them. And he's got people making them. He's giving out the formulas to get us, to break us free from this paradome, this thunderdome. Amazing, amazing, amazing stuff. So instead of trying to break down everything he's saying logically and all that, go into the feeling and just realize that more and more people are coming out right now with things that we can actually use to break us out of the spell. This is the year. This is the time we break free or not. We have got to detoxify from the mental, physical, and spiritual parasites now. Are you ready? You may not think you got them because you're a vegan and oh boy, you study and you're conscious. You feel like you got it together. Oh, really? There's some things in the unseen world that you don't know because you haven't learned it yet that certain people are perceiving and feeling. That's why I said we got to work together. That's why I work with a group of people. That's why I work with Forbidden Knowledge and people like that. And Brother Rich, we have a whole family that we're building of people coming together, working together. Dr. Mahdi, that brother, he started out many years ago as my assistant, and now he's going on to assist people all over the world because he's a very powerful scientist, a true scientist, and a doctor. He's a naturopathic doctor, which means he had to study both sides. Ian Van Zant, we're working together on some big projects. We have on the 9th, while I'm on the road on the 9th, when I'm on the road with Kev Mo on the 9th, which is a Sunday, I'll be doing another transformation. What's the class called? We got so many classes. Yeah. It just slipped my mind, the name of the class. But it's a class about transformation. It's about tiers, tears, terraces, and tariffs. How we as a people have to realize what is the chemistry of tears. Why do we cry? What is crying about? Sometimes you got to cry to let go of what we've been holding on to. The tears are breaking some of those bonds and energetic, emotional bonds that are keeping you in a state, and you let that stuff come out. It's like outgassing, letting it off. Transforming your nature is the name of the class. Whew, how did I forget that? Sometimes it's a lot to hold on to. That's why we got to get organized. Transforming your nature with Dr. B, Sirius, and Ian Van Zant. The next one of those is going to be on Sunday, June the 9th, and I think it's at 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. All these things will be announced on our website. So go to elevationtime.com and go to our email list so you can know about the events that are coming up. If you'd like to know the schedule of Keb Mo, then you will have to go to just search for Keb Mo tour schedule, and you'll get that too. And once again, the dates that I'll be with him is on the 7th through the 9th. Let me look at the schedule one more time. If you'd like to join us on tour, I'd love to see some of you. And if you love this kind of music, which is healing, and it's really deep, it's really amazing what he's doing. But June 7th, that's going to be in West Hampton Beach, New York. And then on June the 8th at the Lovett Pavilion in Westport, Connecticut. And then on June the 9th, I'll be with Ian Van Zant. We're doing an online, basically a webcast. And I'll be with Keb Mo again on June the 10th at the Count Basie Center in Red Bank, New Jersey. I know this is going out on YouTube, so some people would be seeing it after the events, but just know, check out Keb Mo, Kebmo. He's a very, very powerful person, and he actually is doing what some people have called a type of healing magic with his music, with his guitar. And it's shrouded as country or blues, but man, off the chain. Excuse me. All right, so the metaphysics can't be taught. So when I'm talking to these people at the Metaphysics Institute, and I say, well, will there be tests? They say, yes. I said, well, how could you test the unknown? They said, well, you're going to write whatever you write in your own thesis and all that. I said, okay. Well, what do we learn? Well, we learn about other metaphysicians, and we learn about sacred geometry and all those things, which I'd already been studying. I'd been into this since I was a child. I've been seeing things since I was a child. I've been experiencing things since I was a child. And some of you have too. So sometimes, when you're learning something new, you got to be careful that it doesn't overwrite what you already know in your gut, what you've already been, given. Because a lot of us were given from the beginning some special skills that began to be right off because somebody said, well, it's not going to make you any money and it's not going to do this. Now you got to get a good job and you got to get a good health care plan. So I realized that maybe me going to the school wasn't the best because I basically already was living in a metaphysical world. I already was a professor of metaphysics even when I was a teenager. The things I was studying, the things that was happening to me, Dr. B's life has been, it's just deep. It's movies. There's movies and all kinds of things that happens in each one of our lives if we begin to respect that. And watch out for people who are disrespectful because they can't sense, they can't feel what you're feeling. We're all unique. So you got to break the spell and begin to choose and repeat that choosing over and over. So I chose not to go to the school when I realized you couldn't fail. I'm going to get a degree anyway because you can't really teach metaphysics. But metaphysics is all about the unknown, the non-physical. And we really trust people a lot of times when they have a certification or a sheepskin. Why do they put these degrees on a dead sheep's skin? That's symbolic, because you're joining a herd of sheep, of sheeple. You're agreeing to be a part of a farm. I'm not putting down you going to school and getting degrees and learning, because sometimes if you learn these things that they're teaching, right? Learn the law, then you can learn to break the law. You got to learn the law before you can truly start breaking it. Some people are just breaking the law and they never learned, the proper way or the other uses of things. So when I studied psychological kinesiology, I learned a new language to explain what I was experiencing. You see, a lot of times we don't have the language because it's ineffable. It's hard to describe something that's ineffable or mysterious. And the word mystery means no tongue. Okay, let's keep going. So these certifications sometimes we become professors. We profess this and profess that. We have these labels, but there's more going on inside of us than just these degrees. And you need more than 1 or 2 degrees. It's about getting 360 degrees of life, and that's the experience. So go out and begin to experience the world. But first, you got to organize yourself and be careful with your music, because your music is affecting the liquid in your body. The sound and the frequency around you is programming you. And today, most of the commercial music is programming you to be an animal, a creature, a sheep. You become certified in their world, and you become certifiably crazy if you're singing some of these words and listening to the frequencies of these songs, saying that you're cool because you want to be a part of a certain crowd. When that crowd may be, leading people astray and taking people out. Right now, America eats its young. It eats people alive on an energetic level. It's parasitic until you break free and change America by changing your life. You can't change the world out there. So we stop focusing so much on what we cannot change and we cannot control, but focus on what you can control. And what you can control is your life, your mouth, what goes in your mouth, what comes out of your mouth. Some of us need to fast for a while and take you some okra and cut it, right? And put it in some water and let it sit, and with a little limit, and drink that water every day. It begins to clean up the lectins, because the lectins from the plants that are trying to take you out. I know you heard vegan was the best. It may not be, because there's plants that you shouldn't be eating that vegans eat. There's even some herbs that you really shouldn't be taking that you heard was great. Yeah, this thing gets deep. The level just goes deeper and deeper. You figure if it's an herb, it's good for you. There are herbs that are poisonous that you only take at certain times. There are herbs that you need to take at a certain time of day and a certain time of year so they don't become toxic within your system. A lot of herbs are poison. That's how they work. Because sometimes when you're sick, you need a little bit of poison to bring you back online. Now, a lot of herbs are what we call, tonics or adaptogens. Adaptogenic herbs are ones that really, they help to tonify your body. They adapt to your situation, adapt to your life. And almost every formula that I create, or we create, that we create at Elevation are based on adaptogens. It's a special group of herbs, adaptogens. Somebody just mentioned Delbert Blair, an old friend of mine, Delbert Blair. We helped to bring Delbert Blair out, because he was in Chicago and he'd called me one day and he thought that I owned a radio station or a place that we spoke at. And we talked for many, many, many hours on the phone. And I introduced him to like the West Coast and a lot of the Black community way back in the day. Really good guy, Delbert Blair. And he's made he's graduated to the next level. And shouts out to Delbert Blair. So where am I now? So certification, certify yourself. Music, sound, frequency, what you're listening to has a lot to do with who you are. This is why we create the medicine music. Medicine music, a lot of people are using that name now. I have heard somebody told me the other day, and they said, Dr. B, People are using medicine music. You didn't create it. I did. As far as I know, I didn't know nobody creating saying medicine music. We started in 2000. But the music that helps you heal, helps you change, and helps you grow, we call medicine music. So it's not ours. It's all of ours. So go out there and experience medicine music. Now, before we move on, okay, somebody's asking me about the discount code for products. I'm going to create a discount code right now for people who would like to, for those of you who would like to go and be a part of the sale that we're having this weekend. Up until Monday, we're having a sale. Using this discount code, you can get 10% off of everything on the website. And let's see, how do I create it? Coupons. So I'm going to create this code, and it's going to be called Transformation. And the transformation code will be good until, let's see, Monday. So Monday. So that's 4/30/2024. The discount code is Transformation. And let me put that in the, let's see. Yeah, there we go. So now that discount code, so that you can receive 10% off of all things at Elevation, of anything in the cart of $99 or more. It's good until Monday at midnight. The code is Transformation. That's the discount code. If you join our membership at Elevation, you will receive 10% off of everything as long as you're a member. If you use the code, the discount code, and you're a member, you'll receive 20% off of everything at elevationtime.com. And those of you who are members, thank you, thank you, thank you. I see some of the members here and some of our, participants. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So we're going to talk about some products in just a little bit, but I'd like to keep moving on this level of breaking free from the things energetically and the ideas that are faulty from the fundamentals, from the root, things that we have been involved with that have caused us to be parasitic or become host to parasites. Remember, when a people is oppressed for a long period of time, they stay in that state for so long that that's their world. Like the sheep, some of them were born on the farm. They don't know there's an outside world. So they stay in the corral. They stay in the fence. They wouldn't ever go out. The only ones that ever jump the fence are the black sheep. Are you ready to be black sheeps and jump the fence? They say, well, my family, I was a black sheep. But they're saying that disagreeably. Black sheep is actually an agreeable thing because the black sheep jumps over the fence and goes out and sees the rest of the world and gets out of the box. Well, a lot of us have been in the fence of oppression for so long, even if it's just mental or spiritual or non-physical oppression in our minds, depression, repression. That after a while, after being in that fence, you become oppressive. A lot of people who are complaining about being oppressed are oppressors themselves now. First of all, they may just oppress themselves by not raising to the higher levels, by not doing something new, by not being ready to break spells and make new choices and choosing a different life. By cleaning up their body, doing a cleanse and detoxifying mentally, physically, and spiritually. There's many types of cleanse and detoxifications, but we got to do that to break the spell. So if you've gotten out of oppression, supposedly, and you've become an oppressor, because what? You're pointing the finger at other people, talking about what they're not doing and who they are, and you've got this judgment, and you're living with some of these isms, sexism, racism, me-ism, they-ism. You're talking too much about things and gossiping. That's a symbol of oppression. You're an oppressor. And that's the big thing now. You know what I'm saying? To oppose each other, to rant about things that we don't even know about. These rap battles. People been in rap battles, so you've been wrapping up battles for a long time. Who's better? Who's the GOAT? Who can out-talk the other one? Who can throw as much dirt on another person as possible? That is an oppressor. That is an oppressive way. That's an oppressive walk. So when you talk about the oppressor, you may need to include yourself. Are you living an oppressive life? Are you pressing yourself down and pressing yourself out? Somebody said the code says it's expired. Let me go look again. Okay, I see why. Yes, I did it a little off. So let's fix the code, y'all. Okay. Thank you for letting me know that the code had expired. We're going to fix it again. There we go. The code should be live now. Okay. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank all of you for, being here today and, listening and taking this in and, realizing that, we are off. We're all off. Nobody is perfect here. There's no perfection. There's no such thing. So don't wait till the perfect time to change and the perfect time to clean up and the perfect time to cleanse and the perfect time to start a new project. Start now. Now is the only time there is. The now time is all there really truly is. And that's what's going to create the next day, the next moment, the next step. But you must choose and take now into your hands and into your life and use now as the nowness that you can use, which is your present, which is your gift. You can only wrap up the gift right now. But if you're into rapping too much about what's not real and what's wrong with the world, that's what you're wrapped up in. That's the trap. That's the trap music. That's the trap mindset. A loop going around and around the same beat over and over and people yelling and mumbling and all of this stuff. If you're going to rap about something that can be wrapped up, that's going to be real, that can help the world. Somebody told me the other day, they said, man, I really want to do some real, metaphysical music, but people ain't going to buy it. I said, well, who told you that? Who told you that? We have sold thousands and thousands and thousands we have thousands of downloads of our medicine music. Kev Mo, he makes nothing but creative, agreeable, what you might call positive music. He sold thousands. He's got Grammys and everything. You may not have heard of him because he's not on your mainstream radio station. What your radio station and what Spotify and all of them are radiating is what? People that's enslaved. And it's the thing that they're going to push is the things that's disagreeable. That's what's at the top of the playlist. The playlist is based on slavery. Keep people downtrodden. Keep people oppressive and oppressed and keep them becoming oppressors with the music. You got to stop. This is you turning on this stuff. You singing these songs and repeating these lyrics. I went to some family event and it was mostly, a lot of elder people there, but the younger people were controlling the music and they started playing this wrapped up trap music that was like, oh my God. And after a little while, some of the older people started bobbing their heads because they can easily be hypnotized and programmed. And when you start looping people up, and all of a sudden, mama and papa, who are supposed to have wisdom and be wise, are caught up in the stuff the youth is caught up in. Whoa, what happened? So I had to go over there and say, y'all got to turn that off. Can we play something else? Play some music from the 70s. Music from the 70s was all about love and creating peace and harmony. Go check out the music from the 70s and the late 60s. Check out what it's about. Is it about destroying and hating and loving and just, half of this music is rape music. It's raping your ears. These clothes that you're wearing that are of unnatural fibers are raping your possibilities. A lot of your destructive talk and your points of view and judging other people is raping you. You're getting screwed. Never mind no Vaseline. It's talcum powder on. Never mind. Oh boy. When people ask you things, don't answer so quickly. Breathe a little bit. Take some time to consider. Actually, if it's a big question they're asking you, when you really need to take time to consider. To consider means to go and let the night, the stars, give you the answer. The stars will give you the answer because I'm a stargazer. I'm not a sun gazer. I don't do that. I do stargazing. I was taught a little differently. For those of you who do sun gazing, that's great. I do stargazing. Works much better for Dr. B. But consider means to let the stars shine on you and give you the answer, because the answers are coming from the stars. Do you know how long the stars have been traveling? The light that you see from a lot of stars, they're not even there anymore. The stars are gone. The light has taken so long to reach you. The message has been traveling and traveling for you. And did you know that everybody doesn't see the same thing when they look at the sky? Are you aware of this? Are you aware that the rainbow doesn't look the same for everybody? It depends on your point of view. Somebody could be standing right next to you and not even see the rainbow you see. Are you aware that the strawberry or certain foods don't taste the same to everybody, and that's why they may not like it and you may like it? So why are we all corralled like sheep in the middle of this farm thinking that we all have to be a certain way to be human? This is just the way we are, whereas this is the human way. This is the American way. This is the black way. This is how we do it in Chi-Town. This is how we do it in New York. This is how we do it in Atlanta. This is what black people do. This is what white people do. This is what he does, what they do, what we do. What do you do? Because all of this, right, is based on the music, right? Music, the sound of drums is where you get the term voodoo. Yes. We originally didn't call it that. This was a Westerner's point of view of what was happening when we would play drums at a certain time and all of us would come together and break out of the farm, because drumming, certain types of drumming, is about what? Communication. It's a language. That's why I played the conga drums. With Keb Mo, I'll be playing conga drums. They put it in all the 70s music. Why almost all the 70s music had conga drums? And it was up loud. Because they were sending out a message of where home was and who we really were at our core. Did you know that? This was like something we all knew in the 70s. You got to put congas in there. Not djembe and other drums, congas. Other instruments are good, but congas, because of their shape, because of the tone and the frequency, they are repeating and sending out and radiating a message that can be heard way across the forest. And this is why, I'm starting, people are beginning to call me again to play congas on their music. Because it could be rap, it could be whatever. But you put congas on there, real congas, not just a loop, not just a sample. It changes the frequency of the music. It changes the message. Now, don't call me talking about, Dr. B, we need you to come play on something. And it's like this, trap, slavery music. I'm not doing it. If it's not something agreeable, if it's not something that's creating expansion and growth, and if it's not something that's elevating of the mind, body, spirit, I'm not touching it. So once in a while, I do go. I have a couple people who I do, play congas for. Just play congas. There's other people that I might produce. Right now, I'm really not producing any new artists because I've got like 5 albums. These are Dr. B records. These are all tuned to the sacred frequencies. It's like 5 of them that I'm working on right now with y'all to put out so that you can have more music like I Allow and AEIOU and the projects that we have at elevationtime.com, the medicine music. You can download that music at elevationtime.com too. So music is very important, but the conga drums of the 70s were there to remind us of our original language and our original purpose. So what happened was the people who were becoming the oppressors were afraid that if we played those drums, they wouldn't know the language and they wouldn't know the code, because in Haiti, they played drums at a certain time, which caused them to be one of the only people that broke out of slavery. Oh man, they're suffering for it today too. You know, that's like a thing. You broke out of slavery. So that's why you see all what's happening in Haiti, because they're being punished to this day for breaking out of the sheep pen, getting off the farm. Do you know the major mineral that is being mined in Haiti? It's called iridium. Look it up. Iridium is like a mineral time clock. And as Terrence Howard said, all the minerals have a sound, they have a frequency, they're all based on music and tone. He and other people, if you look up the book, The Universal One by Walter Russell, The Universal One, by Walter Russell, I would get this book. A lot of what Terrence Howard is talking about was based on the information that Walter Russell was putting out many, 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 many years ago. They keep saying that, you know, this stuff doesn't exist. Oh my God, it's wrong. Well, what's right? You got cars, you know, running on gasoline, destroying the planet. You got electric vehicles now, which are frying people, actually burning them up. You know, you're sitting around with your open anus on a battery. If you're in electric vehicles, you got one, okay. You know, they gave you money to get it. They paid you. When did they ever pay you to get a car? I hear you get $3,000 to get an electric vehicle. They'll give you money. What? And they want all the transportation and everything to be electric. Why? Because it's electrocuting people. It's frying them. You're not made to be sitting on a battery. We are photovoltaic. We're taking light and energy from the sun and from the cosmos and turning it into energy. So we're very sensitive to energy, light and color and sound and electricity and magnetism. Why do you want people in these electric vehicles? It's population control. And you can't even get electricity in some hoods, some areas, certain parts of the country. You're out in the world, off the grid. What's going on here? You mean to tell me that the gasoline, they told you that the gasoline was destroying and the output, the petrocarbons that's coming from your car is causing the problem and the holes in the ozone in the air? No, it's the cows, the chickens, the pigs, the waste, and the gases from factory farming. I'm trying to tell you, this information is faulty. It has faulty fundamentals from the beginning. That's all you need to know. If the things are off, you got to figure out how to put them right. And once you realize, what's the book? So it's actually a documentary. What's it called? It's about the cows. It's called somebody put it in the chat room. It's a documentary about the cows and the meat industry, what it's doing to the atmosphere. Cowspiracy. Check that out. They said he was wrong too. They said he was a little crazy. Whenever you start coming with something that changes the paradigm of people, you're crazy. And they're going to try to prove everything they can. And they're going to look at who you are, play with your background, change your face, change your picture. They got pictures of Terrence Howard from movies now that they're using to talk about him on the internet where he looks crazy because he's acting in the movie, acting crazy. Who told you electric cars help the environment? Do you know where's this electricity coming from? They're not pulling electricity to run that car off of solar. Otherwise, it would have solar panels on top of it. Wasn't that easy? No, they got atomic reactors. Most electricity is coming from atomic waste or atomic energy to fuel these cars. Did you know that if 50% of the people in the country began to use electric vehicles, the electrical grid goes down? It can't handle it. You know how many cars they're giving away right now, electric, because people are getting hip to this? If you want one, I'm telling you, go ahead and get one. You want to sit on a battery, have a battery going up your vibrational ass, up and down your spine, moving up through the fluid of your body? The cerebral spinal fluid circulating down, picking up the electromagnetism of an erratic battery frequency, sending it up to your brain. You're fried. And you know, when you start talking to people about these electric vehicles that have them, they get angry. They start fighting. What do you know? I got to keep it now. No, you must be crazy. It's helping the world. They lie. Now, when hydrogen, they got some hydrogen cars now, even in America. I think Toyota's got one, a few other companies. Hydrogen, that's when I'm ready to jump on. Because hydrogen it's more hydrogen in the atmosphere than anything else. A fuel cell, which is what hydrogen uses, you create a fuel cell to make hydrogen cars or hydrogen energy machines or hydrogen generators. The output is water. Did you know this? All the water you need to drink could come from your driving around all day. You come home and he's got these big gallons of water that you created from driving that you could drink. That's purified, real water. I know the electric vehicle companies may be getting upset with me. That I'm just saying that this may be a choice that we're making that we don't have enough information on. And if you can prove me wrong, I apologize. Electric vehicles are good for us all. You tell me when our government, our people, or these corporations who are greedy have ever told us the whole truth about anything. A friend of mine said they were in Japan and almost all the vehicles that, you know, like the buses and trains, they were all, they use fuel cells. A fuel cell, you can have a fuel cell in your house and you could light up the whole block. Hydrogen is the way. Hydrogen. Now, I'll be honest. I've only been in electric vehicles 3 times. 3 times. And every time I got in an electric vehicle, I felt weird and I couldn't wait to get out. That's just my own feeling. This is my own point of view. I haven't done any deep studies. I don't have to. I can feel it. My study is my body. My study is how I feel, my gut feeling. I felt off. If you have one, okay, do what you got to do. And if you have one, then the most you might want to do is get one of these. What is that, Dr. B? This changes the frequency of all electromagnetic waves that are destructive. This little disc. Let me put up, I think I have the contact for this company I work with. ImproveYourLife.us. You see, I've got another one on my neck. This changes the frequency of any radiation, radioactivity, or disagreeable energy within 3 feet around my body. There's another one that I wear that actually repels anything that's like viral or things that could attack my body physically. So one is for things like helps to repel or change the frequency of what you might call virus or bacteria. The other one is for electromagnetic waves. These, if you go to our website, you'll see them. There is one that we have for your phone. Inside the phone, I have this. Can y'all see it? Will that camera actually focus in on that? I don't know. The company that makes this is ImproveYourLife.us. The brother who owns it is a musician, by the way. I actually interviewed him on one of our shows. Have you guys seen the programs that I put together? Sirius Vibes with Dr. B. Go to YouTube and check out Sirius Vibes with Dr. B. And I'm interviewing people who are in music, who basically create frequency and sound, who have a concept of creating the best vibration we can musically. So there's some producers on there, some writers, some people I work with. We're actually going to start that project up again. We have there's 9 episodes up there now. That's Sirius Vibes with Dr. B Sirius. It's on YouTube. Go check it out. Join, subscribe. Sirius Vibes with Dr. B Sirius. Okay. So I'm going to go back. I'm on these metals. Okay, let me stay focused. So this disc, which is, let me see what we call it on the website, because we just changed the name of some of these things. Y'all okay? I see a lot going on in the chat over there. I'm not focusing on it because if I do, I won't be able to stay present in the mission, the mission of the message. Okay. So the products that we have on the website, they're sold out. Okay. So here's what you do. Let's do this another way. Shop. Okay, so on the website, there's a product called Cell Phone Protect. This is 4G, 5G, and also now they have 6G. I don't know if you know about that. They didn't announce it because y'all tripped the last time they came out with a G. So there's 6G now. This device I have in my phone, it helps to nullify or change the frequency. It doesn't block, but it changes the frequency of all radiation coming from this phone. And whoever you call, when you call a person, it is actually doing the same on their end. So when you call people, everybody on the phone is going to receive the energy of this device, which is different than anything I've ever seen, because I actually test these devices or have them tested to see if they really work. And I haven't found a device yet that really, really works. This one does. Then there is the device I just showed you. This is called the Smart Defender 5. There's different Smart Defenders. This is the Smart Defender 5. I have it on my keys. I always have it with me. It protects or changes the vibration of everything within 15 feet. So when you're in your car, you have this with you in your car. So it is nullifying or changing the frequency of all that stuff coming from the car, especially if you have an electric car. I'm still not buying one, but if you have one, at least use one of these. 15 feet is going to be the whole interior of your car. I take it with me on planes. I have it with me no matter where I go. I have this, and I have the ones around my neck. Okay. You can find these at elevationtime.com, but remember, they're out of stock. So I'm going to show you how to do this. And there's one more, which is let's see if I can show you this. It actually changes the frequency of water. So we have to restructure water and balance water, because water is being affected by the radiation in the air too. I don't care what kind of water you buy. It's still going to be affected by radiation. Food is going to be protected by radiation. Where's my food protect? There's one that protects your food, that nullifies any disagreeable energy in your food. It's called the Food Protect. All of these are available at improveyourlife.us. Okay, this is I don't know if you can see it, but this thing here, it helps to change the frequencies of your water and structure your water. I don't care what kind of water you're using. It's still got to be structured, and this causes the information from radiation to be canceled in your water. And we also have the I Allow mug. The I Allow mug is like, it's going to program your water with that mantra, I allow. That's at elevationtime.com. Now, these devices that for the radiation, the protection devices, they're out of stock on our website. But all you got to do is, even on the website, it tells you to go to improveyourlife.us and go directly to the manufacturer. The thing that you must do is to also tell them that Dr. B sent you or Elevation sent you. It's the only way you can buy it. It's not a public situation. So that is the deal with some of the radiation that's causing us to act a certain way. Okay, let's go back to Haiti. In Haiti, the largest iridium mine, or one of the, I think there's another one in South America or somewhere like that. One of the largest iridium mines is there, and iridium is used as a time clock. It's a timekeeper for electronics, for computers. They use iridium. You have iridium, you're supposed to have iridium in your body, which is your timekeeper. Obviously, we don't have enough iridium in the soil anymore and in our food, so our time is off. Our timing is off based on iridium. And our magnetosphere is off. You see, you have things like magnetite and things like that in your body, which helps with your direction. So you know when to know how, and how to know when, which way to go, which way not to go, when to talk, when not to talk. It's based on the magnetosphere, or it's based on magnetite. It's based on iridium and the time clocks and how everything works to keep you within your direction and your sphere on your course. That's why they're keeping the people in Haiti under such suppression. One, they broke out of slavery and they're being punished. Two, they're raping the iridium from their soil. Please look this up. So we use iridium in a product called platinum, the Platinum Life Elixir. It helps with your time clock. We also use platinum, the monoatomic element platinum, because platinum helps to protect your auric field. We use gold because gold is one of the best conductors of electricity. We also use silver, which is another conductor of electricity, and helps to deal with some of the biological entities that you might call bacteria and things like that. It begins to turn down their frequency so they can't come together as quickly. But it also has humic acid and fulvic acid. Do you know about those? Which have almost every element, every mineral in it, and helps to wrap up the heavy metals in your body. One thing you're going to see Terrence Howard do is the alarm goes off and he takes his herbs for parasites. And he also takes this spray that he's taking for heavy metals. He mentions it on the show. Because if you got parasites and heavy metals, you're off. And we're not talking about just your regular parasites. We're going to talk about systemic parasites in just a few minutes. Platinum Life Elixir. There's a couple different ones. There's a 2-ounce bottle. There is a 4-ounce bottle. And then there's one that is called the Platinum Life Monoatomic Elixir Plus. I can't say it on the website, but it has CBD. It is bonded with CBD. A real CBD, not CBD that's been pulled from some weird plants that have been manipulated, modulated, and a lot of the cannabis today, what they're doing to the cannabis thing is crazy. Unless you're getting it organic, sun grown, what are you doing? These are drugs. These are chemicals. They're making it in a lab. They're spraying chemicals on it so the bugs won't eat it. That's a problem. That is a problem. Some of the same stuff they're spraying on corn and on these vegetables that's causing animals to change sex or to have both organs. It's because of what they're spraying on these crops, and they're spraying the same thing on, your cannabis. So that's why they're making it legal. They're about to make it totally legal for you to go buy and smoke some poison. When the original cannabis, organically grown, natural in the sun, is medicine, one of the most powerful medicines on the planet. Not these ones with a high THC count where you're hooked on it and they got this. It's really deep what they're doing to make it legal. They want to make sure they control it, and they're taxing it like crazy. A lot of these stores in California, these shops, they got to pay 50% taxes to sell the cannabis. 50%. What? And the cannabis, it glows in the dark. The people are weird. They smoking it all day. They just hooked. It's a drug. Get you some rose water spray too. I don't have it on the website, but a little rose water every once in a while changes your vibe and Because it raises your vibration. Rose water. You can buy that almost everywhere. Y'all all right? So watch the cannabis. So these devices, and I also have one for those of you who are speakers and singers. This is called the voice or the glands. It's also at Improve Your Life. This helps to tune up the chakras from the heart through the brain. It helps you speak clearly. It helps to balance your glands. It helps you project your voice. A lot of country artists I've been noticing, rock artists, I've been seeing them at the awards and things wearing this. Because it was originally made for people who speak all the time, who would like to project, people who have trouble putting words together and speaking. This helps that. It's called the glands, or it's also called the voice. It's at improveyourlife.us. You just wear it. It has the energy in it. It's based on quantum physics, and all of these products are based on quantum physics. All of these products like these, all the products over there at improveyourlife.us, they've got yoga mats. They've got doggy mats. They have another device. Where is it? Do I have it here in my house? In my room? Yeah. Hold on. You see this wooden box? This wooden box is a high frequency room harmonizer. You put this in your room, the energy is crazy. Plants grow better. Everybody acts real. It's like it just mellows everybody out. I've been talking to Omarion because, Omarion, we now work with the artist Omarion, and we've been talking about taking these, on the road and having them on the stage, and it keeps the audience really in a real special state of mind. You're at your highest vibration. This thing is called the High Energy Room Harmonizer at improveyourlife.us. It can only do one room. But guess what? No matter how big the room is, it works. It could be a stadium, and it harmonizes everything in that room. It doesn't block radiation, but it keeps your energy super high. It keeps you focusing on your goals. So this box is available at improveyourlife.us. All you got to do is tell them that Dr. B sent you in order for you to purchase that. Okay? Let's keep going. So once again, in the past, we may have been miseducated, misdirected, and misinformed, which created misery. But now if we could take that and put it in the past and say, now we're ready for a come up. We're ready to use all that stuff that was thrown at us because we made it. We did make it. You made it through all that hell, which means now you're ready for heaven. But you got to create that. You got to begin to breathe again. Breathe before you make certain choices and before you jump into certain conversations with people, before you go certain places, you break into this breathing. Inhale for 4 and exhale for 8. It's always twice as much when you exhale. 1, 2, 3, 4. Inhale and exhale out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Out through your mouth like you're whistling. That changes your energetic state. That will help you choose just before you eat what you need to eat when you're buying or purchasing things, because you're going to need to choose carefully what you're eating. Choose carefully what you're putting on your skin. Read these labels. They're not lying to you. You just didn't read it and you didn't know what those things did. So you're going to have to use natural things on your skin in this new shift. What are you choosing to do? Where are you choosing to go? Who are you choosing to mate with and why? Who are you choosing to hang out with? Because a lot of times you hang out with people and you get hung up and you get hung out to dry, following the crowd. What are you choosing to do today? What are you choosing to do with this information that you're receiving right now? Keep in mind, a shift has happened in this whole year. The shift is happening for you. This is what we've been asking for. But you've got to now begin to choose better, move better, Get away from the blame and get away from this whole guilt of, not guilt, but guilt is another one. But get away from this whole thing of being the victim and talking about the victim. Become victorious. Who are you choosing to follow? Become a leader. Who are you choosing to make love with and make love out of? Who are you choosing to befriend? What are you choosing to say? Be careful with your words. If you don't have something good to say, then say nothing. You don't have to respond and react to everything everybody's telling you. And when certain emotions come up, people are talking about you, saying something, breathe for a minute. Because that breathing, it changes the way your diaphragm is moving. I shouldn't even call it a diaphragm. Why is it called a diaphragm? It begins to, there is a group of muscles inside your rib cage which controls breathing. And if you take control of that and change your breath, it changes your reality. So just by breathing for a minute before you react changes everything. So stop reacting so quickly. Stop reacting. Learn to respond and navigate through situations. You don't have to say anything. So they called you a name. So they don't like you. So good. That's okay. Now you know who not to be around. Stop trying to be liked. That causes you to fawn. That causes you to be sarcastic and sassy and talk shit all the time and always have this weird stuff to say that your saboteur self is controlling to keep you in a stuck place, to keep you downtrodden, to keep you as a Negro, only vibration raising below the knee, only to the knee. And if something don't feel good in your gut, don't go with it. But first you got to clean your gut up. Clean up your gut. I just started taking a 60 strain probiotic. Just go to the internet and just type 60 strain probiotic. There's a company, what is the name of them? I think it's called Vital. It's really good. It's off the chain. 60 strains, not 7 strains like your average probiotic, 7 strains, 4 strains. It's not about it's not about how many billions of little creatures are in there. It's about how many different strains, how many varieties and different types of friendly bacteria are in there. 60. Anything above 32. 32 or more is good. So you can now replenish your gut and your gut feeling. And also, we have to stop eating some of this food that is killing our gut. Like I mentioned earlier, the lectin foods. Some of these animal proteins, and it's not that animal protein is bad. It's that the worst animal protein is going to come from domesticated animals who have been pumped up with all kinds of things to keep them alive. They've been fed stuff that they normally wouldn't eat in nature. They've been manipulated, cloned, and grafted. That's why they don't run away. Where are they going to go? They don't know where to go. Chickens, pigs, and cows, and goats, and sheep, they don't know what to do. They can't live in nature. You ever see a chicken out in the woods? You ever go way out in the bush, way out, and see a white chicken running around? You won't. You'll see pheasants. You'll see turkeys. You see, that was faulty information at the source right there when they told you that chickens were natural. God made chickens. Well, who is God anyway? That's a whole nother thing. I met God one day and found out it was me. That I am one particle of one part of God. I didn't make no chickens. I wouldn't have made them. The nastiest animal on the planet is this damn chicken. Eating maggots all day. They got maggot farmers. Look up maggot farmers. And you ask yourself, why do they need maggot farmers? And it tells you when you look it up, why these people grow maggots. Because chickens need it. Dr. B, I ain't ate chicken in 10 years. I'm a vegan. Well, you still got some chicken actions, and you still may be a little chicken-headed because some of the vapor from the chicken energy is in you. It was built from your core. So don't just think because you're now a vegan, you're now a vegetarian or whatever, that you still don't have some of the energy and the miasma of the stuff that you grew up on. Somebody said fish. Well, they got some man-made fishes now, the ones in these farms. But if you're going to eat fish, right, maybe eat a sockeye salmon or wild caught. Look for wild caught. Now, people are going to say, well, there's mercury in the water. What is mercury in the air? There's heavy metals in the air. Even if you have an organic farm, guess what? It's not totally all the way pure, because what were those vegetables breathing? This air? Y'all keep talking about the chemtrails. Well, did that spray touch your organic farm? Now, you might have a dome, right? You might have that. That's better over your farm. That's better. But the oxygen itself has so many things in it that it's never going to be totally pure. So you cleanse every once in a while. You detoxify every time the seasons change. That's why this is important. And take a probiotic with at least 32 strains. Like I said, I like the one by Vital that has 60. They got one for men, one for women, and one I think that's for the general population. You can even open it up and give it to your children. Because if your gut is off, and if you've got parasites and bacteria that's eating you alive, then you'll never be the person you're supposed to be, because you're being eaten alive. But these animals that are domesticated are the worst, because they have been manipulated. That little pink pig is not natural. You don't ever see the little pink pig running around out in the woods. Now, there's some hogs and some boars. That's different. Go get one of them and catch him and eat it. That might be different. But if you know how many trichonous worms and parasites were in pig, just the juice of a pig, one drop from a sausage or bacon, you cooked it really good, but guess what? A lot of parasites don't die till you get over 1,500 degrees. Certain ones. They create a cyst, and that cyst can protect them. Yeah, I know you heard that science told you something else. Bullshit. Faulty information, faulty fundamentals. They didn't realize how important parasites were in controlling beings. Now it's coming to the surface. Once again, the book, Your Brain on Parasites. Our society may have been shaped, the way we act, based on parasites. Yeah, what is a tilapia? It used to be a trout. Some manipulated trout is what a tilapia is. Do you know how many toxins? They use waste from humans in all kinds of places to feed these tilapia. I'm telling you, there are some sardines that you can get, wild caught. There are whitefish. There's whiting. There is salmon. Always make sure it's wild caught. It's not going to be perfect, so don't get into this thing. Okay, everybody can't be a vegan and a vegetarian, so stop judging. If you're going to eat animals, mammals, then I would eat maybe buffalo, a natural buffalo that can't be manipulated. Well, it has been manipulated because the actual dairy cow is a buffalo and an oxen crossbred a long time ago. Look this up. Look up animal husbandry. Look at the animals that were created from animal husbandry. The elephants that you ride were created. That's not the real elephant. That's not the original elephant. I shouldn't say it's not real. It's real. It's just not the original. You couldn't ride the original elephant. These camels with 2 humps that you can ride, they manipulated them. They got somebody to have sex with somebody else that wasn't normally going to have it. Some of y'all been manipulated because you didn't had intimacy with somebody that you shouldn't have been having with. Some of your parents that had manipulated with somebody else to create you, and that's maybe why you off. But you can fix this. You can change your very DNA. You can change your roots. You can improve your life. So you're not stuck because of your upbringing. Somebody says, what is the discount code again? It's whoa. I wasn't supposed to show that one. Transformation is the code at elevationtime.com. It's going to be good until Monday at midnight. So your cows have been manipulated, the dairy cows. They use this recombinant bovine growth hormone. Recombinant bovine growth hormone is what they use to make the cows make more milk than they normally would make. Where is the book? Milk, the Deadly Poison. Let me get that. Milk, the Deadly Poison by Robert Cohen. Oh, this book is deep. They got a whole section. Check this out for the Bible folks. The New Testament, who should drink milk? The New Testament refers to the promise that God made to Moses. In Hebrews chapter 5:12, human beings are ridiculed for consuming milk. The Bible suggests that it is time for re-education of the scriptures. They state, you again need someone to teach you from the beginning of the elementary things, that's the root, the fundamentals, of things of the sacred pronouncements of God. And you will, I got to change my voice to read this. And you, I got to speak that, what's his name? Who was the guy that was always God in all these movies? He was in Ben-Hur. He has a voice. When I read in a different voice, I can read much better. Let's see. And you have become such as need milk, not solid food. For everyone that partakes of milk is unantiquated with the word of righteousness, for he is a babe. But solid food belongs to mature people, and those who through use have their perceptive powers trained to distinguish both right and wrong. Do I need to read that again? You again, what's it? Charlton Heston, that's his name. You again need someone to teach you from the beginnings of the elementary things of sacred pronouncements of God. And you have become such as need of milk and not solid food. For everyone that partakes of milk is unantiquated with the word of righteousness, for he is a babe. But solid food belongs to the mature people, to those who through the use have their perceptive powers trained and distinguished both right and wrong. Basically, he's saying that the Bible makes this is for your Bible folks, the proclamation regarding just for whom milk was intended for, only babies, only children, about milk consumption that has long lapsed from our collective consciousness. Milk is appropriate for infants only. Infants must experience a dramatic weight gains. Adults should not. Milk was never intended to be consumed by adults. And he's got a whole section in here in this book about how milk is poisoning the melanated people of the world. Really good. So milk, by drinking milk, eating cheese, and all those dairy products from the cow, it plays with your consciousness. You can't rise to the level that you could be. Milk, it does the body good. Whose body? A baby cow's body. You wouldn't drink your cat's milk when the cat is pregnant. You wouldn't drink the dog's milk. You know them better than the cow. Why are you drinking it? Because it keeps you deaf, dumb, and blind. And just like I was talking about gluten earlier, and I was saying that gluten had this gluteomorphine or morphine type substance, milk has caseomorphins or morphines. I may not be saying it exactly right, so don't catch me up in the words. Just catch the vibe of what's happening. Go do your own research. It gets you high. That cheese gets you super high. Cheese and crackers and wine. You'll have no idea who you are at that point. Lost in space. Lost and turned out. So these animals that we're eating that are domesticated, you're eating a domesticated animal which has the vibrational energy of being domesticated and enslaved and indentured, right? So what happens is you become vibrationally the same because you are what you eat and you eat what you are. So if you're going to eat a bird, go catch a natural bird somewhere. They got pheasants. They got capons, wild fowl. There's only a few of them in the stores, you see, because they're not easy to catch. Go be respectful and go catch them yourself and shoot them and skin them yourself. You have a different relationship with food. Natural animals. Squirrel. If you're going to eat muskrat, I know people that eat these foods that are doing really good. They don't have all the problems that we have because our food has been domesticated. It's been changed. It's been domed and doomed. Domesticated, which means crossbred, man-made, played with through agriculture, and they manipulated to get this thing to grow and to be able to withstand disease and fungus and fungi and all of this kind of stuff. They just want to get it to the market as quickly as possible and get you to pay for it. And some of you say, well, Dr. B, I ain't worried about that. You ain't talking to me because I stopped eating that stuff a long time ago. But you still may have the energy, what we call the non-physical parasites from their food. I'm about to get into that right now. We're flowing right into it. Now, you could love chickens as beings and all that. Somebody says they love chickens as beings. They can love them. I'm not saying that. I'm talking about when you start eating them, especially if they come from the grocery store, if they've been commercially created. Now, if you have your own farm, and you're feeding these animals a certain way, you're treating them a certain way, maybe that will be better for you. But waiting to go to the grocery store where nothing is growing, there's no life in there, it's all dead, then that's going to end you up at the pharmacy. The pharmacy is the place where you don't see any farm, but you keep saying pharmacy, which tells your body that this is okay for us because it's like a farm. But there's nothing growing, there's nothing alive in the pharmacy. Now, I did see some plants for Mother's Day in the front of the pharmacy one day. You know, they did have that. You are what you eat, y'all. Eat what you like. I'm not telling you to change. I'm saying that you need to check out what you're eating, what you're wearing, what you're saying, who you are in this shift. There is a shift happening. It's not just what, Terrence Howard is saying. If you just realize that if you could just feel, some of y'all know something has changed. Everything is different now. Don't keep voting for the lesser of two evils and voting for Dumb and Dumber. Hanging out with Dumb because, he ain't as dumb as Dumber. And you become dumb as heck. You become like a dumb nail. What is a dumb nail? Doornail. You run down to the store and get you a shake. Like the kind that have that, what's the name? McDowell's and, Murder King and Taco Hell. They all got a shake, right? He have any idea what these shakes are made of? You're going to get shook by eating some of these shakes. The ubiquitous phrase artificial strawberry flavor gives little hint to the chemistry and the wizardry and manufacturing skill it takes to highly process a food to make it taste like a strawberry that has no strawberry in it. Listen to this. A typical strawberry flavor, like the kind found in beep, 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 strawberry milkshakes, contain the following ingredients: amylacetate, amylbutyrate, amylvalerate, anthonol, ancinol formate, benzoacetate, benzoisobutyrate, butyric acid, cinnamyl isobutyrate, cinnamarial valerate. I don't know if I'm saying that right. Cognac essential oil, dicytyl, dipropyl ketone. What does it say here? Ethyl acetate, amylcast acetate, ethanol amy ketone, ethyl butyrate, ethyl cinnamate, ethanol ethyl hepitone, ethyl hapylate, ethyl lactate, ethyl methylphenyglycerate, ethyl nitrate, ethanol, ethyl propionate, ethyl valerate, heliotropin, helidroxy phenol 2-butane, isonone, isobutyrol, anthrate, isobutyrate, lemon essential oil, malitol, 4-methylcellophenone, methyl anthrate, methylbenzenate, menthol cinnamate, menthol hepitene carbonate, methyl nappy ketone, methyl silicate, mint essential oil, neroli essential oil, nerolin, isobutyrate, orris butter, phenyl alcohol, rose, rum, Y ether, L-D-calotone, vanillin, and a solvent. strawberry flavor. Hey, did you hear anything about a strawberry? You think the cacao in a lot of these drinks is actually from the, chocolate is actually from the cacao? In a lot of these drinks? And you want to know what's wrong with it? Why we have been under the spell, a hypnotic spell of parasitic people, parasitic corporations? We got to break the spell, y'all. What I just read, they're talking about one strawberry artificial flavor that's in the shake. At most fast food restaurants, they got a banana flavor. I saw that the other day. It was at these holidays they change pumpkin flavor. They change up. And you go back to your childhood. You're back on the merry-go-round again, going around and around, boxed in, looped up, listening to this loopy music, listening to this music that has you basically trapped up and turned out and turned in. Are you ready to break the spell from all this? Because you may say, well, I don't do that anymore, but I'm trying to tell you energetically, this is still in your cells because your cells actually took it in for a while. And there's a way to go in there and pull that stuff out on an energetic level. And that's not just from your average cleanse. You cleansing your colon and all that is not going to deal with some of this stuff that's at the root of your cells. It's even in your mental mind, you remembering the taste of going through the drive-through of some of these places. You've been getting driven through. You're talking about who's going in and out. I'm going in and out. You're getting in and out, all right. I'm not telling you don't do it. I'm just telling you need to be aware and do every prayer and every meditation you can before you get there. And be ready to cleanse when you finish eating, right when you finish eating. In fact, you need to take a lot of our parasite cleanse products. Somebody told me the other day, can you just put it on the food? You could. Because parasites are not just physical things. They're not just the bugs. There's mental parasites, energetic parasites. There's non-physical parasites, y'all. We've eaten this stuff. We grew up on it. These industries have turned us out. Even myself, I'm still healing from that food, from those events, from the merry-go-round, from the lessons, from the stories, from the fairy tales, from the lies, from Santa Claus, from church. We're still healing to make sense out of this stuff because we, right, from the beginning, we were given funky fundamentals. Faulty, I like that, funky fundamentals. Faulty fundamentals. We got to change this now. Are you ready, y'all? Are you truly ready to break the spell and to crack the new code, which is here for us now? And get out of what they did and get into what you're doing and who you're being? Yes, I see. Yes. Kool-Aid. That was another one. What the heck is that? And the Tang, they say they took it to space. They didn't say they drank it. Even orange juice, your commercial orange juice. Do you know what it takes to make commercial orange juice? They have a whole chemical process to make all their orange juice taste the same when the oranges are never the same. Each brand of orange juice has an exact flavor that it's able to get. How is that natural? How is all apple juice the same? Ask yourself this. You better get some apples and juice them yourself. Get some oranges and juice them yourselves. At least you know what you got. Start making your own bread. Get a bread maker. Yeah, they sell bread makers. And get you some soft winter wheat and put that in there, or some spelt flour, or some almond flour. Get away from the glutens. Are we okay? Y'all all right? What we're attempting to do here at Elevation is just give you things that you can use to change your life. Somebody said sad. Don't be sad. Be glad that you made it and that you're able to change and transform all of this. It was the test. Winners always go through tests. Masters are always testing themselves. So you had poison. You had some crazy ideas, poisonous ideas and parasites and creatures and vampires, growing up, dealing with you in your energy field. You get to change that. Are you ready to use that as fuel? That's why we're here. We're here to elevate. It's elevation time. Elevation time. What time is it, y'all? It's elevation time, to move above, to move out, to break out of the spell. You have to do it, but you must choose. Get organized. You just want to be wild? Well, we're just going to eat this fast food. Why is it so fast? It's going to take your life out. It's going to end your life quicker than normal. That's fast food. Get you a pressure cooker. They're on sale everywhere. Pressure cooker. Put your food in there. It helps to break down some of the lectins and the toxins in the food. And you put your food in that pressure cooker. It's done. I haven't cooked anything in my pressure cooker that took more than, I think the longest was 10 minutes. And I've been into these mung beans. Y'all know about mung beans? One of the best beans known. I noticed I was going to say on the planet, but it's not on the planet because there's things we haven't even discovered yet. Don't you think that man has discovered everything? We haven't discovered everything. We don't know it all. Mung beans, they have chlorophyll in it. They're green. They don't have as many lectins on the skin. They're very nutritious. Mung beans, one of the best beans. It's related to lentils. The small beans are better. Because whatever's going on in your gut is going on in your mind. And sometimes you can't break free from the matrix. You can't break free from hell unless you begin to eat foods that come from a heavenly, higher vibrational place. That's what we're saying today. We're not judging you. Do what you like. We're not saying to go and everything that, that we say you should believe. You have to do your own research and see how you feel about it. And if it's good for you, if it's good, then use it. If you like listening to whatever music, listen to it. But I say that all intelligent beings cleanse. So I was in the high desert doing an interview with Sean Kelly. In fact, that interview will be out soon, the Sean Kelly Show. It is the largest marketing podcast on the planet. It's huge. Sean Kelly. They called me because Billy Carson was on there, so they asked, for me to come on also because we're all working together on God, Power, and the Forbidden Knowledge family. So I went and did an interview out there, and it was amazing, the interview. And afterwards, I went out to the high desert, and I began to, look for this plant that I use in a product called X Factor. And in X Factor, we use chaparral as one of the plants, which helps to eradicate or turn down or change the frequency of what you call cancer. Chaparral. And it grows in certain places in the high desert. It is one of the oldest plants on the planet. And I found the plant, and when I got in the area, it was a whole area of young. Usually I get the older bushes, but it was young plants, it was miles and miles as far as you could see of just them and these cactuses. And also way in the distance was, I can't even remember the name now. Let's stay on this because I'm beginning to move to another place and a lot of things are pulling me. So just, okay, hold on. I got you. Because they're talking to me, so be careful. Some of the things you hear sometimes are coming from these beings which work through us. The chaparral begin to talk because plants talk. They have a language. It's very subtle. It's not loud. They're not speaking in English, but I am sensitive to the language of plants. And they put out music. Plants are musical. They have musical notes and frequencies and tones that you may not hear because your spectrum of hearing is not tuned to it. And they began to tell me that I needed to create a new parasite cleanse. And they wanted to be in the parasite. I don't normally use chaparral in the parasite program that I have now. But the chaparral was pointing me to putting it in the cleanse. I don't know how this comes about because it's ineffable. Some things are ineffable, things in between the space between me and the plant. There's this mystical conversation that's happening. A lot of y'all have it and you know about it. And I was urged to put the chaparral in the parasite cleanse. And I was like, really? And it was because everything has changed, and I'm changing the parasite cleanse every season. But I realized that the chaparral, which deals with unseen, non-physical parasites, was needed at this time. We've gone to the next level with our parasite cleanse, and now we're dealing with the non-physical variety of parasites. What some of y'all would call, um, what some of y'all would call, uh, beings, interdimensional beings. I'm looking for the correct words to use because English is a very, condensed language. It's very contractive. It's not as expressional. That's a new word, expressional as it could be. But I'm urged at times to deal with what people are dealing with. And right now, a lot of what we're being haunted by interdimensional and beings that live in the space between us and things. So we're going past just the physical parasites, tapeworms, roundworms, fluke worms, all of those things. That's cool. We're dealing with that. But now we're going to this space where things exist that are of an interdimensional quality. Some of it is just ideas that we've picked up from the past, from the foods and the way we grew up. They still are with us. The miasma, the energy of it is still with us. It's in our cells. It's in the space within us. So even though we've changed and we're quote unquote conscious or aware, or we've changed our diets or whatever, this stuff still has artifacts in us energetically. So what I did was I said, let me go to my Google and look up. Well, actually, I use DuckDuckGo, by the way. I don't use Google because I don't like Google and all them knowing everything that I'm doing, every map, every email, everything I'm doing, Google's with me. So I use DuckDuckGo. I also use what do you call it? A browser called Brave. The Brave browser for your computer. Brave blocks all the beings from watching you. They can't break in this code. In fact, it tells you at the top of the Brave browser when you use it. So, you got Safari, you got Chrome. Chrome is part of Google. But using this Brave browser helps to block a lot of the people who are watching you. And it shows you who's been attempting to watch you at the top of the screen. Brave, y'all. Chaparral. This is what came up through my DuckDuckGo search engine. It is often used in ceremonies intended to cleanse the spirit, protect against negative energies, and facilitate communication with the spirit realm. Me standing in this field or this whole desert area, this like a valley of chaparral, they began to talk to me on a spiritual level. My ancestors came to me. The energies, the unseen energies in the in-between world, in the space where everything exists, they began to talk to me. And I realized chaparral is going to be important for the new cleanse, the new energetic cleansing. Chaparral helps to seal us up and helps to deal with that outside stuff in the energy field that could be using us or is using us. It's non-physical. People have used it as incense. A lot of the native peoples or indigenous peoples used it as incense. They burned it on fires. They made, they rubbed it on their skin. It's also kind of this sticky substance, which is a resin, which is like nature's Band-Aid. But by putting it in the program, it changed everything. And then I looked in the distance and I could see Joshua trees. I'm looking at the Joshua trees and it comes to me. Joshua tree, flower essence. Have y'all heard of Joshua tree flower essence? Joshua tree flower essence helps to break the spell of your family. Look up Joshua tree flower essence. It begins to break the energetic spell between a lot of the things that you picked up from your family that are not at the best vibration. We're talking about entities or curses that come down through the gene pool, generational curses. The thing is that if you take the flower essence, it takes time to work. You got to be taking it every single day. It's a whole sequence of taking this Joshua tree flower essence. So my thing was, how can we speed this up? And I began to look at this family stuff, these family curses. It's parasitic. These are parasites. These are entities. These are really true entities that started out, right? They started out as family issues, things that got passed down, but they became real things. They're like what we call egregors. Egregors are beings that were created based on a thought process. Beings that were created based on rituals and ceremonies that people did over and over. The thing became alive. It's not really alive, but if you watch this show, watch the show American Gods. They break it down in there. They break it all the way down. It's a dark show, but they break it down about these gods that we've created in our mindset have become real. They've become egregors because we believe them so much that they now solidify in our psyche. So your parents were your first gods. So their ways, their habits, everything, you've taken them on through induction. Our bodies are like inductor coils. We pull electricity in and change the frequency of it. We got to break the spell. And then some people say, I didn't have my parents. I don't know, but somebody raised you. Somebody was around, or you raised yourself, which means you grew up in the streets or you grew up in the world and you still took on a bunch of stuff that is still affecting us. These are non-physical parasites. So a lot of these habits that you have issues breaking, they're in your body through a tradition, through the rhythm, through the frequency, through the hypnotic spell of being on the merry-go-round of the family, of listening to the music that's been programming your cells deep into the core. Chaparral also helps to relieve pain, helps to cancel out a lot of the frequencies of what they now call cancer. Whew. Now, a lot of people are going to tell you, well, that's some witchcraft now. Dr. V. Now, that whole chaparral thing, even witches use that. Well, if you're taking herbs, if you eat a salad, you would be considered a witch back in the day. Did you know that? There was a time where eating a salad, the Catholic Church would say, why is you eating salad? You got this meat here, eat this stuff. It's been roasted all day. They was also roasting people and eating them too. But anyway, just you dealing with herbs and vegetables and things was considered a part of paganism. The original paganism was not an evil thing. Who told you that paganism was disagreeable? This is when God was considered a woman. The time of paganism, people followed nature. They followed the seasons. They followed trails of animals. They only ate what came to them. They didn't just go hunt things down. They ate what came to them. They were into meditation. They were into prayer. They were into connection with all things that were living on the planet. They lived in harmony. But it was when the woman was a god. That's the problem. The woman is the enemy of a lot of these beings who want to just say it's all about man, man, man. It's a man's world. Get the book, When God Was a Woman. When God Was a Woman. I don't remember the lady that wrote it, and I don't see it right here in front of me, but When God Was a Woman. Read that. So they used to say that drinking chaparral tea and making tinctures and all that was the things that witches did to take spells off of people. They also say that the people in Haiti and people in certain parts of the indigenous world, they did voodoo. Voodoo was the sound of drums. I never got back to that, so I'm back there now. Voodoo, 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 boom. That's what they said was voodoo, the sound of drums that caused people who were of European nature to suddenly die or have to let their slaves go. It's the slaves and the people who had been downtrodden were breaking the spell using drums, using sound, using frequency, and communicating through the forest. Voodoo. So now we hear voodoo. Oh man, that's that stuff, that magic spell. You afraid of your own stuff now? That's some magic. You want to see some magic? You afraid of your own stuff? The church or your family or politics or the world of science has got you afraid of your own power? This medical doctor told me, well, herbs don't work. I said, well, how you know they don't work? He said, because we didn't study them in school. I said, well, how do you know they don't work? Because if they work, we would have studied them. Well, guess what? So the doctors use this book called the Physician's Desk Reference, and they tell me herbs don't work. And a lot of times you go to the doctor, they say, don't take herbs, they don't work. Well, the Physician's Desk Reference is a book that has all the drugs. Are you there? Y'all there? It's a book called the PDR, the Physician's Desk Reference. This catalogs all the drugs. They got pictures of them. Oh boy, what to take, how much to take. Made by the drug companies who run the doctors, because the doctors work for the drug companies. Come on, you need to know that. The Physician's Desk Reference. The doctor says that herbs don't work. I said, really? So I used to carry books with me. So I pull out my book. I said, well, doc, what is this? Is this a physician's desk reference for herbal medicines, doc? Did you just say that herbs don't work? When your books, you actually have documented the herbs. This gets deep. It's getting deep, y'all. Whoa. Remember the other book had all drugs inside? This is all herbs, including marijuana. The original marijuana. All natural products, natural flowers, how they work, how they grow, how to grow them, what they do. The contraindications of herbs. I thought you told me herbs don't work and y'all don't use them. You don't use them because the drug company said don't use them because people could be helping themselves. People could be alleviating disease and helping themselves get off the farm using natural substances. So stop lying. They lie to you because fundamentally they're faulty. And it's all about protecting money. It's all about protecting their business. And you need to know that. And it's not that your doctor is a bad person. Your doctor may be doing the very best the way he was trained, but your doctor also has an incentive to do what the drug companies say. I've been writing a book for years now, and it's actually almost done. In fact, I just made a deal with Forbidden Knowledge, and they're going to, publish the book. It'll be out soon. It's about mental, physical, and spiritual parasites. It's off the chain. And I have a section where I'm talking about the Flexner Report. Here's another good book. Legacy. Y'all see it? A Black physician reckons with racism in medicine. Yes. There's so much racism in medicine and sexism and culturism in medicine where they know best and what they say is best because they got this thing called forced compliance. They forced people after go check out the Flexner Report. The Flexner Report was put together by some racist people who decided that they would only fund hospitals and doctors and medical centers that prescribe drugs only. The drug companies were the ones that did it. So they got rid of all natural doctors, all natural techniques, and they made them into what they call snake oil salesmen. and made all of us who do this natural thing look bad to the public. They even got the churches involved and everything. So they would push against this, paganism, witchery. It was a witch hunt. They got rid of almost everybody black in medicine. Every woman almost in medicine. This ain't just about race, it's about sexism too. And these men took over and started controlling everything you know about health. It's a lie. Diabetes comes from eating too much sugar. No, diabetes has to do with you eating too many animal products that have been domesticated and has too much cholesterol and fat that clogs up the islets inside your pancreas. Did you know that? The heart is a pump. The heart is not a pump. The heart is a vortex. It's your arteries and your veins, and they're pumping. Their pumping created an energetic vortex based on the flower of life energy. And you're going to tell me Terrence Howard may be wrong? He's talking about how everything works based on these vortices and waves. Your heart is not pumping. It's responding to energy being pumped up through a vortex in your body. That changes everything. It's a spiral, it's spiritual. So a lot of this faulty stuff that you got based on the beginning of how you were taught is off. The Joshua tree essence helps to break the spell of some of that stuff. I'm going to keep moving because I see our time is ticking in. I'd like to also say that there are several other plants that work together that we put in the new elevated total body program. And some people say, well, what about the total body program? Does it have it? It has these herbs in it too. The difference is that the elevated total body program has the mushroom tonic and the vitamin C. And the mushroom tonic, because these medicinal mushrooms, they can change DNA. They can find things that are not matching your DNA and begin to eradicate them energetically. Now, I've had arguments from people who, Dr. B, that's not exact information. I'm only giving you the feeling of it all. You ain't got to take me word for word. What I observed in the laboratory was that mycelium were intelligent. They're the intelligence of the whole universe. They're the internet of life. You couldn't grow anything or have anything without mycelium, these mushrooms. They know how to go in your body and remove certain things that should not be there in a way that nothing else can, that herbs can't even do. So all this about you can get rid of all your parasites with just herbs, that's not totally factual. There's kinds of parasites that eat herbs. And the systemic parasites don't just live in your colon and your digestive tract. And almost every product out there that we used in the past for parasites was for digestive parasites. And that's good. We need to do that too. But there's parasites that live in between cells. There's extracellular parasites that live in the water around each cell. There's intracellular parasites that live inside the cell. There's parasites that you can't even see, taste, and smell. They're translucent. They change frequency. There's parasites that come from other dimensions that have us, that are using us as a host that you cannot even see in a microscope. So herbs are not everything. Herbs are things that we use to help a situation. They're like cofactors, like vitamins. So when I began to mix this new formula together, something changed in me. In fact, I finished the new program. In fact, if you've ordered anything since Monday, it's been all the new program, the new elevated total body program, or the total body program. It's all the new formulation. And I stopped eating. I haven't eaten anything since Sunday. I stopped eating. because I started tasting these herbs and smelling the essence, and I was rubbing it on my hands and everything, and something switched in me. It's like something popped. I actually heard something kind of pop in my brain. Stop eating. So I've only been doing like lemon juice and cayenne and what's it called? The water I was talking about earlier. What was the water? I've been drinking tea with holy basil. I stopped eating because my body said, we've got enough right now. We need to cleanse. We need to detox. On a energetic, non-physical level, this is a whole nother level. I don't know of anyone who is dealing with this level of entities. So our 28-day elevated total body and total body program has just changed the quantum leap. We've gone where no one that I know of has gone before by adding these new plants and these new essences and these new materials that actually help our body get rid of beings that control us, ghosts, demons, entities. Now, somebody said, well, Dr. B, I take all kinds of stuff. I take all this stuff for protection. Well, there's an issue with things that you use for protection. Because when you protect your auric field, you're closing, you're making a bubble. There are plants and substances and essences that create a bubble around your auric field. One of them is the plant yarrow. Yarrow seals up your auric field. The thing is that you may have just sealed in the stuff that needs to get out. You're all locked up in your house, scared and all this kind of stuff. But now there's stuff in your house that needs to get out. So you got to open your windows and things first. When grandma would clean and do this thing, you know, every season, she would open up all the windows, take the mattresses out and beat them outside to beat these the things, these entities, these beings out of the house. The rugs and everything had to be cleaned. You got to open up and let stuff out before you seal it, because some of your stuff, y'all, that's in this protective mode, a lot of you are keeping in the stuff that needs to get out of your ass. Wow. Then you seal up. So you do a 28 days of the cleanse, or, you know, 9 months, 9 weeks, not 9 months. You do 3 months of the program, and you're detoxifying all the way at the root, even what we call the spiritual parasites or the non-physical parasites that have been caught in your system through miasma and vapor and habit and all that kind of stuff. Now that you've cleansed your physical parasites, mental parasites, all this stuff is out. Now you do something to seal up. And what do you use to seal up? Well, I take a product called Dr. B's Master Tonic. It's on elevationtime.com. It's called Dr. B's Master Tonic. Master Tonic Reserve. I use that for what you might call protection, energetic and spiritual protection. If you ever see me out in the world, I'm on it. Is this good or is this good? This is amazing. It's a beautiful time. So the elevated total body program has a special price for this week. If you use the coupon code, you'll get 10% off. If you are a member, you will get the 10% off for being a member. You'll also get another 10 off for using the coupon code. Y'all remember the coupon code? And for those of you who are watching this later on the internet, you won't be able to grab this code because this is only a time-based code. Okay? Because this is going to live on the internet for a long time. So, you know, this is June, or this is May. What is this year? 2024. So these sales and things I'm talking about are for May 2024. But the website is going to be there. So, you know, as long as they allow us to keep this information up, it's there. So the total body program, it's for systemic parasites. That's different than your regular colon parasites, y'all. It's different. I was given information when I went on a journey and ended up in the Bermuda Triangle. I was loaded with a lot of information. In the book that's coming out, I will be talking about some of that. What happened to me? Something happened. I had an experience. But systemic parasites are parasites that live throughout the system. So it's for systemic parasite eradication and detoxification at a cellular level. It also helps with toxoplasma and superbugs. Toxoplasma is a parasite that lives in the brain of mostly, they say up to 70% of the people have this toxoplasma, which is the mind control parasite. Please read the book, This is Your Brain on Parasites. They talk about toxoplasma a lot. And this parasite has been manipulating people's minds for a very long time. You don't realize who you are. You're lost. You're downtrodden. You're this. You think you're that. And you've identified with things that are making you less than who you truly are. It's all symptoms of toxoplasma. Your emotions are always moved easily. You're angry, you're upset, you're hurt, you're sad, you're feeling broke and broken. This is all symptoms of toxoplasma, causing you to react, be afraid of things you shouldn't be afraid of, not having enough courage, not stepping up, not speaking your true voice. It's all a part of toxoplasma, a parasite that we now are looking at it being a drone from an alien race from 6,000 years ago. They left their drones here to control people, to do something called terraforming and changing the frequency of people. Yeah, that's a whole nother thing. But this cleanse also helps to deal with increased energy and vitality, boost your immune system for chronic illness support, weight reduction, improved digestion, peace of mind. And overall, this is going to help you energize and jumpstart or rejuvenate your life. But now it also has the ingredients in it that deal with non-physical parasites for the first time. I am so pumped up about this. It's really, I can feel it. What it's doing, it's like some of those voices, some of that stuff is not holding me. So I've been doing that in the okra water and lemon and cayenne, and I haven't eaten. I'm pumped up. Can you tell? I'm living a different level. We're living a we. Whew, that's a deep one. I'm working on it with y'all. We're together here. We're together. We're a family. So we've gone to another level to deal with redirecting our lives. And in order to change everything, we've got to change the little things. We've got to get ourselves back on course. And parasites and heavy metals. Oh, I didn't even finish talking about the iridium. Yes, I did. I think I mentioned the Platinum Life Elixir has the iridium to help get, and it also helps to get rid of heavy metals, the Platinum Life Elixir. Because as you hear Terrence Howard, when he has to stop and take his herbs for parasites and his product for heavy metals, because those are keeping us from being totally, here and grounded. Okay. Okay. So this program, the Elevated Total Body Program, is the more advanced version of the Total Body Program. The Total Body Program is very good too. That's our old standby we've had since 1996. And that one does have the herbs for spiritual parasites, but the Elevated Total Body Program is the top of the heap because it has the mushroom tonic, which changes everything, and the special vitamin C tonic. Okay. All right. So we've come to a place where I think that we are together in our feeling that we are going through a shift, all of us together. We are collaborating at another level. We are cleansing our bodies. And if you're doing the parasite cleanse, then you can't be mating and having intimacies with somebody that's not, because now you're going to cross-contaminate. So I suggest that you buy it in families. Because if you're cross-contaminating, the parasites go to one person, they leave one person, go to the other person, and they just kind of come right back because you're cohabitating and co-intiming. Is that a word? Co-intiming. Wow. Is this good or is this good? So we're breaking the spell of our faulty fundamentals. Our teachings were off on almost everything. We've got to put ourselves back on course. We've got to rediscover ourselves. We've got to recorrect the things that were off. We've got to change the science. We've got to change ourselves first. Are you ready to do that? We got to begin to go with the gut feeling. And to clean up your gut, you're going to have to use what? Probiotics that really help to reorganize the gut. We don't sell those at Elevation. We don't offer those. But we do have a lot of other products that help people change their lives. Are you ready and willing to change your life? That's the question. You have to make the choice. What are some of the symptoms of parasites? And I'm talking about physical and non-physical. Low energy, depression, negative anger or negative thinking, cancer, virus and colds, flu allergies, loss of appetites, loss of smell, heart disease, high blood pressure, low blood pressure, diabetes, menstrual problems, vaginal infections, sexual dysfunction, over and underweight, drooling while sleeping, itchy nose, ears, anus, and body, grinding of the teeth, gas and bloating, chronic fatigue syndrome, pain in the joints, insomnia, depression, bipolar. Some people got tripolar and pentapolar, quadrupolar. It's because some of those entities within you cause you drift and you don't stay on your stuff. And if you got toxoplasma, which 70% of the people just may have today, please look up toxoplasma, the mind control parasite. If you've got that, then you can't control. You're over here. You're happy. You're sad. You're up. You're down. You're good. You're bad. You're creative. Then you're not creative. That all is part of this toxoplasma situation. And yeast and fungus can do that too. Food cravings, drug cravings, rashes, pimples, things floating by the eyes, epilepsy, liver, kidneys, and spleen problems, chronic hunger, unclear vision. I mean, on all levels, not just what you see, but what you energetically see, what you metaphysically see, what you desire, can all be a part of you having parasites and mental imbalances. This is symptoms of parasites, not just the physical ones. So yeah, you can do the programs that just have, the black walnut and the cloves and the wormwood and the diatomaceous earth and the papaya seeds. All of those are good. We're not putting those down. We're not saying that anybody out there that's got a parasite cleanse and it isn't good. What we're saying is that this is a different level. This is a whole nother level based on what came through me that was dropped off through Dr. B, came through Dr. B when he was in the portal. And I was told that this thing is a war of principalities. It's a war going out in the spirit world. There's a war of higher dimensions. And it's all got to do with entities that want to take another entity and control it. That's parasites. That you need heaven on earth, because heaven on earth helps to calm you, helps you relax without making you tired. A lot of folks are dealing with anxiety and stress. This product, Heaven on Earth, helps to enhance your mood, helps you balance your nervous system, which has been changed and augmented and caused to have, a lot of resistance between your sympathetic nervous system and your parasympathetic nervous system. They're not communicating like they should. Heaven on Earth really helps with that. We talked about Platinum Life Elixir earlier. Focus helps you keep your mind focused on what you desire and out of other people's business. Helps you become very creative and focus on your goals only. We talked about cotton and the natural fibers. I think we can leave this alone now. We've done essential balance. There's not many of these on the website right now. We're low, but this helps to give you the nutrients that you need. So it's like a meal replacer, has your vitamins and minerals in the proper amounts. It does have people keep asking about sea moss. It has the sea moss and the bladder wrack in it for those who desire that. But it has nothing but food substances, and it also helps to get rid of the lectins. Just like the okra water helps to get rid of lectins. What's okra water? You know okra saved a whole lot of people in the South? Because when they made food, a lot of times, like gumbo, they put that okra in there, and the okra, the sliminess protects your cells from being damaged by the poison in the okra swamp. Did I say the okra swamp? Whew. Yeah, a lot of foods that we ate, it's like a swamp, and we needed to cover them up with gravies and all this stuff to make it look good and taste good. Ketchups and mustards and all these things. A lot of these things were to try to cover up the badness or the out of dateness of certain foods. Yeah, it's gross. So we move away from this distortion. Somebody's asking about X factor. X factor deals with viruses. And I'm talking about retroviruses, viruses that you may have taken in before, but they haven't activated yet. Those are called retroviruses. Viruses that will unfold at another time and cause you to be in a state of illness. There's many different levels of viruses. Somebody was saying the other day they may have taken something here in the last couple of years during the pandemic, and if they did, then some people are saying that if you take the elevated total body program and also take the X factor, that they've been seeing a huge difference in their lives. Now, we can't prove that. I can only tell you that people said that this has broken the spell and the bond that some of those experimental drugs were causing. So try it. You are the gold mine. We've got to be gold-minded. You've got to be goal-minded. Gold, the word goal is interchangeable with the word goal. Goal and gold to the subconscious mean the same thing. When you're goal-minded, you're focused on getting to a place. You have a telos. A telos is an idea of a place that you would like to get to. A telos, like a telescope. You need to know where you're going. Choose your goals. Don't let other people choose them. Don't let other people validate you. You got to validate yourself. That's what time it is for you to choose. What is your goal? Where would you like to be? So you have a daily goal. You might have a monthly goal, a yearly goal, or a life goal. Some of us don't have all of that. So your goal today is just to take this information and digest it and use the pieces that work for you. All of it may not be valid for you. Use the pieces that work for you. None of us know exactly everything for sure. I'm only Dr. Wee. Dr. Wee. There's a new one. Dr. Wee. I like that. Dr. Wee. I got to write that down. Dr. Wee. Dr. Wee. That's a good one. Dr. Wee. So Dr. Wee is receiving certain information and he's giving it the way it's coming through. That's a unseen amount of energy. I have beings all around me that would, this stuff would freak most people out, but there's entities that talk to me. They're my ancestors, our ancestors. They're different beings. There's trees, there's plants, there's bees. I have a connection with bees. They actually communicate. The plants are talking all the time. If we could just be quiet, the mycelium network is talking. It's giving us information at a very special, minute level that we can only amplify if we're focused on who we truly are and being goal-minded. Are you following me? So gumbo, like I said, they use that okra to protect you from all the drag fish, those fish all those roaches that they put in the gumbo. I know y'all love it, but I'm just telling you, it's all roaches. What people had to use this at a certain time because that was all they had. Sea roaches, they call arthropods. Arthropods are roaches. Roaches are crabs and shrimps and lobsters and all that kind of stuff. Did you know lobster was a junk food at one time? And they used to give it to poor people because it was easy to catch. And the poor people got to a point where they said, we don't want no more lobster. This was a lot of the slaves and people who were indentured servants. And people said, well, look, we just working hard all day. We don't want no more lobsters, making us sick. Do you know this story? It was junk food because all they had to do is drag the bottom of the ocean and get the drag fish. That's what I call them, drag fish, and scoop them up. And you're not supposed to eat anything from the bottom of the ocean. Your Bible talks about that, since you're supposed to be so biblical. But they use the okra to protect your body. And there's another thing that they did was they put gumbo filet. Do you know what gumbo filet is? Gumbo filet comes from the sassafras tree. And when you use this, you become elevated. You got to watch people when they eat real gumbo, the real deal. They get a little high. People get dancy and smiley and happy. Folks want to make love. The lab technician told me that he was going home to make some ecstasy. Was it ecstasy that he was making? I think it was ecstasy. Somebody might know. I might not have it right. He was going home to get high. I said, what are you going to do? He says, I'm going to take some gumbo filet and cook it down, take sassafras and keep cooking it till it becomes a white powder and you get high off it. I'm like, what? That was all we had. We had to be happy about the scraps that we got. I don't know if your ancestors would be happy about you having all these new choices and you just eating crappy foods out the swamp. They were doing it because they had to. Deep information, but also very shallow. Just entertainment. You don't have to be serious. Learn to laugh and have some fun. Dance. Be weird. You know where the word weird comes from? Weird comes from the word, has to do with supernatural, faith, and to become. Has to do with the universe, the universal vibe, the unified field. Weird. To be a weirdo was a person who was what? Supernatural. They had faith. They were living in a place of faith, and they were focusing on what they were to become. Be weird, y'all. And keep in mind that you were the old you was miseducated. Go listen to Lauryn Hill, Miseducation, that album. Go listen to that. She just got the Apple Music 100 Best Albums. Right at the same time, this happens at the same time when Terrence Howard is breaking out his information, talking about miseducation and broken fundamentals. Change it, y'all. We have the power to change it together. Cleanse your body, cleanse your mind, let go of some things. Go for a walk outside, breathe again, have some fun, go make love, but make love in a way where you're creating something beautiful. Are you ready to do that? Now, before we go, we're going to do one more thing. So I mentioned the products that they have at the website, improveyourlife.us. Let me put that back up. They have this product here. It's like a laser. It's like, well, it's not a laser, it's a light wand. This particular item is amazing. Let me see. What does he say about it at the website? It brings up the energy of anything it touches. Let's do this a different way. We call it the quantum light. And it works based on the quantum field. It changes the energy of the field. So it brings up the energy of anything that this light shines on. On our website, let me see, high energy light wand, quantum field energy light, high energy light wand. We have it at our site. Now it's out of stock on our site, but you can go to our site and click on where it says, to go to the manufacturer, or you can go straight to improveyourlife.net.us and get yourself a wand. And the way it works is amazing. Some of y'all know because you've actually bought them or purchased them and you're using them. You can shine it on plants. You can shine it on water. It changes the frequency of water. If you shine it on yourself, it changes your frequency. You can ride through the neighborhood and shine it on the neighborhood, because this light can reach a distance of 150 feet. They do have one on the website that is bigger than this that can do up to 300 feet. This quantum light wave, which is sending out waves of energy, actually changes the molecular structure of things and opens them up to the quantum field. How it does it is mystical. It's ineffable, but it works. I usually don't go anywhere without my light. Pains, you know what I'm saying? Mosquito bites, on your head. You can put it on different spots where your pressure points are. They're also using it for acupressure. There's people who are in chiropractic are using it on bones, and you could put it right on your skin and it shines right into your body. The light is off the chain. It's available at improveyourlife.us. And we're going to see that I thing is deep. We got to get into the we got to collaborate with the world, and we all got to work on it together. Help me now. I want you to check your energy level right now of how you feel about life. And you're going to go from 0 to 10. 10 means, oh my God, things are incredible. My life is amazing. 0, it means that things are, it's in the trash. I'm in the swamp. And just give us a number. Check into your body. Close your eyes right now and check how you feel. Just how you feel. What number? 5 means I'm right in between. I'm comme ci, comme ça. 10 or higher means, oh my gosh, I'm incredible. So we're first going to check where we are right now. So check your body, close your eyes for a minute and breathe a little bit. And the number that comes up between 0 and 10, 10 being the highest vibration, well, not the highest, but a very high vibration. And what we call 0, which is not, we're going to have to change that term too. What number are you at? Check in with your body. You don't have to put it in the chat room, but you can. What number are you? Good. Somebody said that they was at over 1,000. Right on. Let's see if we can change that number. Good. What we're going to do now is we're going to shine the light on everybody. Everybody who happens to be on this webcast. And there's over 700 people here, I think, right now. I want to thank you all for being here. Subscribe to our YouTube channel if you'd like. And like what you're liking if you like it. Good. What we're going to do now, you're going to look at your computer or your phone, whatever you're watching this on, your TV, your television. And I'm going to shine the light. And when I shine the light, you just feel it. Just look at the light and see if the frequency of your body changes, if the number changes, if your vibration changes. Are you ready? Here we go. Let's go. Wow. I just noticed something I've never seen before. As I was shining the light at the camera, it showed my auric field. I didn't know that it could do that. I'm going to do it again. See if you see it. It shows the auric field, not mine, but of the Dr. B essence. Check it out. Do you see the colors? It is showing the auric field around the one they call Dr. B. I've never seen that like that. The light. All right. Y'all check in with yourselves and see how you feel. See if it's changed. Has the number gone up or gone down? Do you feel different? This is the light. This is flashlight, neon light. This is what my friend George Clinton was talking about. The light The photons that are coming from this going through a quantum lens changes everything. So I shine it on my plants, or the plants. Plants love it. Animals love it. You can shine it around your room. It changes the frequency of your room. Do y'all feel it? This is the quantum light. Folks have been talking about it. They've been trying to, I think they were out of stock for a while because so many folks were ordering it. But you're going to go to the website once again, if you'd like to get one of these lights, improveyourlife.us. And they have two sides of the website. One side is all products that deal with changing energy. This one, along with the water wand, they've got a water conditioner you put on the pipe of your house, and it conditions all the water in your house and structures it. They've also got a device on the protect side for protection devices that actually nullifies all 5G, 4G, 3G, microwaves, things that's coming from your router of the whole house. We have one on the building here. You can get those from improveyourlife.us. The website is kind of old-fashioned and it's kind of wild, but it's a lot of stuff on there. Do you feel the change? Would you like another hit? Let's get another hit before we sign off for the day. Are you ready? Take a deep breath. Let's see if we can take the number up even higher. If you can hold your water, if you'd like, or your food or whatever you have in front of you, even put your hands up with the light from the camera or the light from the screen is hitting it, it changes the field. You can gather your children and people around right now around you and just get in front and just feel this light. Are you ready? You ready to get hit with the light? Let's go. Whoo! You can put it right on your pineal. One more time. One more hit, y'all. Put your water up. Put your water there so your water can get that light. This light travels through space and time. There is no distance in the quantum field. You're receiving the quantum energy of light and photons. This is the wave conjugation that Terrence was talking about. Now, some people say, well, he's not saying it right. That's not the right words. Well, whatever he's saying. This is the light. This is the flower of light. This is the flower of life energy used to create a whole nother dimension for all of us. Y'all feel that? Now, I have been getting some calls from people who have used this and put this on their reproductive organs. And it brings the energy of everything up at least 10 times by opening up the thing to the quantum field, because things are blocked and kind of the molecules may be held together. I think what this is my own concept. It's opening up the molecules to receive the vibration from the cosmos. Folks are using this. You could shine this on your whole garden, on soil, on water, on animals, on everything, just on your room. It doesn't even have to be a physical thing. I shine this on a book just before I read it. And when I open it up, it's going to open up. Watch this. I'm going to shine it on this book. And open the book. Whatever page I open to is the page that needs to be read. Let's see what it says. I'm putting my glasses. I already got my glasses. It says, wow. In search of how toxoplasma could pull off this spectacular feat. Huh? Her team tagged the parasite with fluorescent markers and tracked where it went in the brain of infected rodents. They expected to find the cyst located in specific parts of the brain, owing to its very precise effect on animal behavior and the fact that infected rats save their attraction to the cat odor. The rats that have toxoplasma, they love cat urine and cat feces for some strange reason. And when the rat or the mouse is infected with it, it's not even afraid of the cat. It doesn't even protect itself. But we need to protect ourselves and clear out some of this stuff that we got from the faulty fundamentals of being here. We get a chance to change everything. Are you ready, y'all? We want to thank you. We desire to thank you all for being here on this journey. This will be up on what is it? YouTube. Let me find this next banner I'm supposed to play. Okay, let's show you the code one more time. People are asking about that code. The code is not for this light and any of the things on the website Improve Your Life. That's only for products on elevationtime.com. We do offer some of these products at elevationtime.com, some of these protection and energy devices, but they sell out so quickly. They're always sold out. All over the world, people are taking these devices. Now, in Canada, you cannot have one of these batteries, one of these lights in Canada. They stop it at the border and they say the battery in this light cannot be shipped to Canada and some other countries. Why? I don't know. But they've opened up the boxes and seen this light. I don't know how they specifically knew that this light was in certain boxes, but every time we attempted to send one of these to Canada, it came back. And some other countries too. I'm not sure of them all. So you may have to buy it in America, have it shipped somewhere and have somebody ship it. I don't know how you're going to get it. Or take a trip here. You know? So thank you very much for being open and realizing that most of what we are saying is ineffable. So when you're listening and when you're feeling, don't just take what we're saying at face value. And don't be so judgmental where you're looking for flaws. No, we may not be saying it exactly right. We may not be even giving you the information because we got faulty fundamentals too. All of us. No one is perfect here. And if people are telling you they're perfect and they're the one and they're the great one to come and oh boy, they can do whatever Christ did or Buddha or whoever. Listen, we're all part of the Christ energy, the Buddha energy. We're all part of the same energy. And we're looking to do our best, but we got to be careful of dividing and making these borders and these straight lines which don't exist in fences. People ask me a lot of times what I think about another herbalist's products. I don't know them. I used what I use. I've not tried too many people's things out there. I'm not saying they're not good. There's some good things going on. There's good people popping up everywhere. There's somebody right now making something in their kitchen that's amazing. There is no best. There is no GOAT, the greatest of all time. That right there is some faulty fundamentals to be even saying that. The greatest of all time. You don't even know all time. Time is off. Time is not even right. Time doesn't even work right unless you emit. Turn it backwards. It's what you do with your time, with the space that you have here. It's how you're living, how you're moving, what you're allowing. Allow yourself to be great. Give yourself permission to be great, to be better, to step it up. It's not going to be easy to change the course that we've been on, but it will be simple if you take one step at a time. One step at a time. Take one step closer to your goal. Your goal takes 10 steps closer to you. Are you following me? Are you following we? Are you there? Beautiful. So listen, once again, people are asking for that code one more time. It's transformation. Transformation, transformation. There's a lot of products that we have at Elevation Time. Go do your own research, study them, try them. We've got clothing. We've got the mug, the I Allow mug, and the so many things over there. But that new elevated total body program and the total body program now dealing with the unseen parasites, the non-physical, or what some people may call spiritual parasites that are on us, that even when we cleanse, even when we eat right, all of a sudden we still got these entities in us. Everybody is affected by these entities. We are now turning these entities into outities because us focusing on them and working on dispelling it and tearing it apart is what's going to destroy it. Then we don't have to focus on it anymore because there's only things that can hurt us or cause us issues are things that we focus on in a disagreeable way. So disease is a teacher. All disease is a teacher. We realize that almost all diseases have a couple things in common: parasites, fungus or candidiasis, heavy metals, and the way we think. We're affected by the way we think and what we believe in. And when they tell you got something in stage 3, stage 2, stage 4, it's just creating different stages of fear. So you become inferior. Now you have an inferiority complex that you think that, this is the only way to deal with it. You've got to go do what you need to do and put in the play to raise the vibration or change the vibration or focus on what it is you desire to create in your life. Is this good or good? I know this has been a pretty lengthy talk today, but it was our desire to really give you something that you could use in a different way. I'm pumped up. Are you? I feel different. Do you? We're all space travelers. And there is no space that's empty. We existed forever. We're traveling on waves of light into these bodies. There is no death. That was some more faulty information that we got. There is no death. There's only life. In this stage of our life, we're on bus stop Earth. And next, we're going to go to another dimension, and we will live on as long as we know that we are living. And if you're going to speak, speak life. Speak love. Don't judge. Be careful of your mouth. Think 5 times before you speak. Go to Elevation Time, get on the email list so you can know about the upcoming classes. Those of you who are in the places where Keb Mo is going to be, I will be there in just a few weeks. Ayanla Van Zant and I will be on the 9th talking again. Also, we're going to be doing a special cleanse, a group cleansing. Dr. Mahdi and I are going to talk about we're going to offer a group cleansing. And I think that we said the 15th of June, because what's coming is the solstice is coming. It's a good time to cleanse and detoxify. So some of you are getting your programs now to be ready for the solstice. This is going to be a whole different solstice, y'all. It's a whole nother shift. And there's an alignment that will be happening between the 3rd and the 9th of July is when Sirius, the sun, and the earth are aligned. Sirius, the sun, and the earth aligned will be happening. That alignment will be happening between the 3rd and the 9th of July. This is the time where you become independent from everything that's been holding you down. That's why they call it Independence Time. The 4th of July is our independence, but almost all the countries, major countries, have their independence on that time, no matter when their country was conquered or taken over or stolen. It's because they're using Sirius, in the light of Sirius, which is superimposed on the sun, which then hits the earth at a whole nother level. In fact, I have a song called The Sun. My highest choice is that we'll be putting it out around that time. It's called The Sun. It's about this alignment. And it also causes all of us to be aligned with our true self. So between now and that time, become aligned. Live aligned. Live in love. Drink lots of water, but use your light. Structure your water, at least hold it in your hand. And be the highest person you could be, the best you could be, no matter your condition. You don't necessarily need arms and legs either. You don't necessarily need what other people have. You've got to use whatever you got to the utmost. But if you feel that you're a victim, you can forget it. You've got to be victorious. And to do that, you have to have courage and be ready to go up against those who may not like you, those naysayers. If they say you're weird, say thank you. If they say you're crazy, say thank you. If they say you're a lunatic, say thank you. And don't try to explain what's ineffable. The things that are ineffable cannot be explained. Stop talking too much. Learn to be silent and be quiet. Step into the quantum field and cast into the quantum field your desires. And if you keep doing that over and over and choosing the better route for you, then that energy will pull together and those waves will collapse into particles. And that will materialize in your life. You have been creating and materializing everything you have based on your thought. So let's think different. Every word you say, every sentence is a prayer. The words in your language is the temple at which you pray. Speak life. Silence is golden. And remember, it's elevation time, elevationtime.com. Much love to you all. I'd like to thank all of you for being here, and the staff at Elevation. Thank you for all the play that we've been doing or creating and all the things that we've been doing. And all of you out there who are helping other people, thank you very much for what you do. And remember, let's organize our lives. Let's reorganize. Choose better. Remember, don't try to explain the mystery or the ineffable. Just be, do, and have. Have, do, be. Whichever way that works for you. To be or not to be. That is the question. I'm going to play some more music, one more piece of music. And this is our outro music. And this is an amazing piece that Brother Selah and I put together. And it's poetic. It's amazing. And we're using the conga drum to send out a message. And what is being said in this is essential. So listen to Brother Selah. This will also be available on our website soon. It's not right now, but this is to think twice is blasphemy. This is Brother Selah. And I'll see you again soon. Much love to you all. elevationtime.com.
Yes, Great Mother, thou hast patiently protected my purpose. Difficult this path of perfection. Indeed, the dead shall not know this glory. Greater is he that is in me than he that is in the world. The desert of my soul has been drenched by the waters of life, liberated from labels, lacking no thing. This is the way of wisdom, the testament of tears, formed in the bowels of becoming, bringing forth the fruit of freedom. Bind not the beloved with busyness nor boredom. Rest is the reward of the Lord. Victory is assured to those that endure the depths of indecision. With perfect vision, pierce the veil of illusion, vanquish the villains of virtue, heal heaven's broken heart. Thou art imperishable, everlasting isness, nameless, blameless, purity personified. Be not tied to sensation, temptation, nor desire the temporal fires that burn your blessings. Shake till you wake, take your place amongst the luminous race, wrapped in royal radiance, transcending beginnings and endings, firmly rooted in the love above. Time is the enemy. Seconds are missed moments. Seconds are missed moments. Seconds are missed moments. We are inspired by shadows, moving by images, wildly wiggling our way through wonderland. Thou shalt not want. It is the perceived condition of lack that brings forth desire. Desire wants to fill its emptiness. Obviously, where is that emptiness? Where is that problem that takes your attention, consuming your moments? These are tricks of the brain trained to defend its temporariness. A jealous God demanding the allegiance of my members. It remembers what me forgot. It is and is not a nebulous nuisance needing more. Always. When one attempts to mature in consciousness through a fear-based perceptual lens, limiting beliefs in self will systematically sabotage the soul's ascension towards the freedom of knowing. Knowing demands surrender. Surrender befriends compassion. Compassion is the doorway to divine thought. Divine thought actualizes itself as pure potential. This omnipotent guiding force attempts to navigate its dualistic expression through socially enforced insecurities, creating antichrist archetypes that ultimately destroy the natural evolutionary process. Man does indeed possess the spark. It is unfortunately masked in the mystery that mesmerizes minds, confines men to mere mortality, a finite fallacy that feeds on fear. Fast from your past, fan the flames of fruition, finish your mission, listen to the babies, smell the daisies, birth yes from maybes, free yourself of yourself. Everything else is fake. Fear's an illusion, confusion is choosing when there's no choice. The voice heard first is Christ, so to think twice is blasphemy. For those with souls that see and hearts that hear, it's always now. Wow. Selah. February 2000.
Wow. It's always now. Thank you. I didn't mention the awards, the second annual Conscious Awards. You can go to forbiddenknowledge.com, and a lot of us are up for awards. They have Dr. B or Dr. Wee in the spiritual leaders category. If you'd like to vote, please go there. And there's a lot of folks who who will get their flowers based on this new type of awards that Billy Carson and Elizabeth Carson are offering. And you can go to the awards too. So go to forbiddenknowledge.com and vote, please. I appreciate the people who have voted already. Much love to you, and we'll see you all soon. Remember, it's your time. Infinite love, harmony, and vibrations that are high to everyone. Thank you very much. Travel light.